observation of the court. For now, the court has made it clear, vulgarity will not be tolerated either online or offline.
Yes, we will continue tracking that for you as well, but Republic has now accessed an exclusive video that raises serious national security concerns. Now, the footage allegedly shows Haris Dar, a Lashkar-e-Taiba operative, training terrorists while invoking the India-Pakistan water dispute. Recorded near a swimming pool, this video contains direct references to a possible confrontation in 2026 and threats linked to the Indus Water Treaty. The visuals once again raise troubling questions over the nexus between Pakistan-based terror groups and the Pakistani establishment, and whether terrorism is once again being projected as Islamabad's response to India's firm stand on cross-border terrorism. We have an exclusive report. Take a look.
Is Pakistan preparing to turn the water dispute into another front of terror? Republic has accessed an exclusive video showing Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives Haris Dar training terrorists. Haris Dar is seen addressing a gathering alongside members to be linked to the Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. During the training session, the Lashkar operative warns that something may happen in 2026, hinting at a possible escalation this year. While referring to the Mangla Dam, the terrorist declares, "If you stop our waters, we will stop your breathing."
हालात बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह। आइंदा आने वाला जो वक्त है, आपने ये पानी की तैयारी की है। आपको पता है हमारे पानी का मसला क्या है कि पीछे इंडिया बैठा है, और आप माशाल्लाह सुन रहे हैं हमारे वजीर और इन सब ने क्या कहा है, तुम्हारा पानी बंद करेगा, हम उसकी सांस बंद कर देंगे। इस साल 2026 में, मेरी बात सुन लें, 2026 में ना पानी के मसले पे कुछ हो जाना है, ठीक है। इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ताला ना बहुत ही हमें आजादियां, गलबे फतूहात देगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं, तो तैयारी जरूरी है कि नहीं है, ठीक है। तो जमात के साथ जुड़ के हर बंदा नज़म का हिस्सा बने।
The video appears to directly link terror threats with the Indus waters issue, raising serious security concerns. It also exposes the continuing nexus between Pakistan terror outfits and the Pakistani government, with the US designated terrorist Haris Dar operating openly. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, holding Pakistan accountable for cross-border terrorism. The move has put Pakistan under pressure, Islamabad repeatedly raising the issue on international platforms. Responding to Republic, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated its position. Pakistan must irreversibly and credibly end its support for cross-border terrorism. The exclusive video once again raises a critical question. Is Pakistan using terrorism as a response to diplomatic pressure? And does this footage serve as an early warning of a larger security threat that India cannot afford to ignore?
Viewers, India has tightened its legal noose around the mastermind of 26/11 attacks as well as the Pahalgam terror attack. A special NIA court in Jammu has issued a non-bailable warrant against Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hafiz Saeed, setting the stage for his terrorist to be declared as a proclaimed offender. Now, the move not only escalates India's legal offensive but also raises uncomfortable questions for Pakistan and also international institutions which are tasked for fighting global terrorism, most of which perpetrates from Pakistan. Here's the story. Take a look.
The mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, Hafiz Saeed, is nearing his reckoning. A special NIA court in Jammu has issued an open-dated non-bailable warrant against Hafiz Saeed after the NIA informed the court that he is deliberately evading arrest. The court held that Saeed's custodial interrogation is necessary for a fair, complete and effective investigation into one of India's deadliest terror attacks. The warrant was issued under Section 75 of the BNSS in the Pahalgam terror attack case registered by the NIA under multiple provisions of the BNS and the UAPA. The court accepted the NIA's submission that Hafiz Saeed is an absconding accused who must face further proceedings. But this case goes far beyond one court order. Hafiz Saeed is not just another terror accused. He is a UN-designated global terrorist, a US-designated terrorist, and the founder of terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. Yet, after years of international sanctions, his name has once again surfaced in the conspiracy behind a major terror attack. This raises once again a fundamental question. If globally designated terrorists continue to feature in fresh terror conspiracies, how effective are the international mechanisms meant to stop them? Pakistan exited the FATF grey list in 2022 after assuring the world that it had strengthened action against terror financing. But the latest NIA findings are certain to revive scrutiny over whether those claims have translated into lasting action on the ground. If a UN-designated terrorist is being accused and convicted of cross-border terror threat, the question also rises about whether the global system has done enough to hold Pakistan accountable.
Viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up on the other side. Coming up after a short break, Indian origin astronaut Anil Memon embarks on an 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. After a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों
Viewers, as tensions continue to escalate in West Asia, India has sent its strongest message yet. New Delhi has condemned the attacks on the commercial vessels, demanded safe and uninterrupted navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, and also has urged Iran and its adversaries to immediately de-escalate. India has also lodged a strong protest with Tehran after an Indian national was killed and several others were injured in the attacks. We have a full story.
India has unequivocally condemned the attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, calling for the immediate restoration of safe and uninterrupted maritime navigation. MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal confirmed that India summoned Iran's deputy chief of mission while also emphasizing the security of international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
We strongly condemned what has happened. We lost a precious Indian life, and there are several Indian nationals who have been injured, and a couple of them are also seriously injured. So we conveyed our strongest protest with the Iranian side on this particular matter, that these attacks, which we condemn, and take the path of dialogue and diplomacy so that peace and stability can be ensured in West Asia.
New Delhi has now fully stressed that dialogue and diplomacy remain the only sustainable path to restoring peace, stability and security in West Asia.
Coming up after a short break, protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. After a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again. And we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic...
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and also rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. Now, as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and a vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together policymakers, defense leaders, innovators and also industry pioneers, shaping the future of national security. Join us on the 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the Defence Powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation of military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations and perspectives and the ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. It's now time for the headlines. Let's delve in. Republic accesses exclusive video of Lashkar operatives. LET commander openly discusses attack against India. NIA court issues non-bailable warrant against absconding accused Hafiz Saeed in connection with Pahalgam terror attack. FIR registered against Bageshwar Baba's brother Shaligram. Baba distances himself from the shooting incident. India-UK free trade agreement comes into force today. India's textile, jewellery, plastics to enter UK market duty-free. Jubilant Asian Athletics U23 team returns home today. Republic is the only channel that is covering and the glories of our athletes. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on an 8-month space mission aboard the ISS, which is from Russia. Trump's taco moment caught again, drops 20% Hormuz fee plan, pushes for investment deals with the Gulf countries. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Republic has accessed an exclusive video that raises serious national security concerns. In fact, the footage allegedly shows Haris Dhar, a Lashkar-e-Taiba operative, training terrorists while invoking the India-Pakistan water dispute. Recorded near a swimming pool, the video contains direct references to a possible confrontation in 2026 and also the threats linked to the Indus Water Treaty. The visuals once again raise troubling questions over the nexus between Pakistan-based terror groups and the Pakistani establishment. Also, whether terrorism is once again being projected as Islamabad's response to India's firm stand on the cross-border terrorism. Here's a report.
Is Pakistan preparing to turn the water dispute into another front of terror? Republic has accessed an exclusive video showing Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives Haris Dhar training terrorists. Haris Dhar is seen addressing a gathering alongside members to be linked to the Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. During the training session, the Lashkar operative warns that something may happen in 2026, hinting at a possible escalation this year. While referring to the Mangla Dam, the terrorist declares, "If you stop our waters, we will stop your breathing."
हालात बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह। आइंदा आने वाला जो वक्त है, आपने ये पानी की तैयारी की है। आपको पता है हमारे पानी का मसला क्या है कि पीछे इंडिया बैठा है, और आप माशाल्लाह सुन रहे हैं हमारे वजीर और इन सब ने क्या कहा है, तुम्हारा पानी बंद करेगा, हम उसकी सांस बंद कर देंगे। इस साल 2026 में मेरी बात सुन लें, 2026 में ना पानी के मसले पे कुछ हो जाना है, ठीक है। इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ताला ना बहुत ही हमें आजादियां क़ल्बे फतूहात देगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं, तो तैयारी जरूरी है कि नहीं है, ठीक है। तो जमात के साथ जुड़ के हर बंदा नज़म का हिस्सा बने।
The video appears to directly link terror threats with the Indus waters issue, raising serious security concerns. It also exposes the continuing nexus between Pakistan terror outfits and the Pakistani government, with the US designated terrorist Haris Dhar operating openly. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, holding Pakistan accountable for cross-border terrorism. The move has put Pakistan under pressure, Islamabad repeatedly raising the issue on international platforms. Responding to Republic, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated its position. Pakistan must irreversibly and credibly end its support for cross-border terrorism. The exclusive video once again raises a critical question. Is Pakistan using terrorism as a response to diplomatic pressure? And does this footage serve as an early warning of a larger security threat that India cannot afford to ignore?
Viewers, India has tightened the legal noose around the mastermind of 26/11 attacks as well as the Pahalgam terror attack. The special NIA court in Jammu has issued a non-bailable warrant against the Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hasif Saeed, setting the stage for his terrorists to be declared as a proclaimed offender. Now, the move not only escalates India's legal offensive but also raises uncomfortable questions for Pakistan and the international institutions tasked with the fighting of global terrorism, most of which perpetrates from Pakistan. Here's more on the story.
The mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, Hafiz Saeed, is nearing his reckoning. A special NIA court in Jammu has issued an open-dated non-bailable warrant against Hafiz Saeed after the NIA informed the court that he is deliberately evading arrest. The court held that Saeed's custodial interrogation is necessary for a fair, complete and effective investigation into one of India's deadliest terror attacks. The warrant was issued under Section 75 of the BNSS in the Pahalgam terror attack case registered by the NIA under multiple provisions of the BNS and the UAPA. The court accepted the NIA's submission that Hafiz Saeed is an absconding accused who must face further proceedings. But this case goes far beyond one court order. Hafiz Saeed is not just another terror accused. He is a UN-designated global terrorist, a US-designated terrorist and the founder of terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba. Yet, after years of international sanctions, his name has once again surfaced in the conspiracy behind a major terror attack. This raises once again a fundamental question. If globally designated terrorists continue to feature in fresh terror conspiracies, how effective are the international mechanisms meant to stop them? Pakistan exited the FATF grey list in 2022 after assuring the world that it had strengthened action against terror financing. But the latest NIA findings are certain to revive scrutiny over whether those claims have translated into lasting action on the ground. If a UN-designated terrorist is being accused and convicted of cross-border terror threat, the question also rises about whether the global system has done enough to hold Pakistan accountable.
Viewers, a devastating fire at a construction site in the heart of Belgium's capital has triggered a major rescue operation. In fact, several workers are feared dead after flatmates the flames engulfed a building under renovation in the downtown Brussels. In fact, authorities have confirmed multiple fatalities. Exact death toll remains unclear and 6 workers are still missing. Belgium's King Philippe and Prime Minister Bart de Wever have visited the site as the rescue efforts continue. Here's a story.
A massive fire tore through the OXY building, a major renovation project at Place de Brucaire in central Brussels, trapping workers inside and triggering a large-scale emergency response. Around 250 workers were evacuated. 2 suffered severe burns and were rushed to the hospital, while several others remain unaccounted for. Belgian authorities have confirmed that multiple bodies have been found inside an elevator shaft, but the exact number of deaths is yet to be established.
Après que le feu était sous contrôle, en fait, on a fait une deuxième vérification du chantier et là, à l'instant, il y a 2 zones où on n'a pas accès. Il s'agit de 2 caves avec des ascenseurs et on a pu obtenir accès très difficilement à une cabine d'ascenseur et dans cette cabine on a malheureusement retrouvé déjà plusieurs corps de travailleurs qui sont probablement décédés. À l'instant il y a 6 travailleurs qu'on ne s'est pas contactés et alors probablement ces 6 personnes se trouvent encore à l'intérieur et ça c'est un peu la situation à ce moment.
The fire reportedly broke out on the 2nd floor before rapidly spreading through the lift shaft, making access to the affected areas extremely difficult. Firefighters used thermal cameras and sniffer dogs to reach the building, while emergency crews continued efforts to reach the inaccessible basement elevators where victims are feared trapped.
How many deaths? We don't know. We know that there are some deaths, but we don't know how many. We have to wait to go there, and then we know that we have 6 disappears.
Belgium's King Philippe, Prime Minister Bart de Wever, and Brussels Mayor Philippe Close visited the disaster site, meeting firefighters and emergency personnel before inspecting the building. Authorities say the priority remains recovering those still missing and determining the final death toll, while investigators are working to establish what caused one of Brazil's deadliest construction site fires in the recent years.
We are shifting our focus to our next segment, where we tell you what's making waves around the world with international wraps. Take a look. Cuba suffered its third nationwide power outage in just over a week after the national energy system collapsed, leaving millions without electricity. Energy Minister said recovery protocols were activated but did not reveal the cause. The blackout disrupted transport, businesses and daily life as residents faced fuel shortages, extreme heat, prolonged power cuts and the country's ongoing energy crisis. New York has imposed an year-long pause on new large-scale AI data centers in Governor Kathy Hochul. It's a move to address concerns over energy use, water consumption and environmental impact. The executive order halts state approvals while regulators develop new standards. The move comes amid a wider debate over balancing AI growth, jobs and infrastructure demands. Heavy rains and thunderstorms triggered widespread flooding across Russia's Urals region, disrupting traffic and damaging homes. The Ibit district was among the worst affected, with overflowing rivers inundating roads and settlements. Emergency teams and volunteers evacuated hundreds of residents, while authorities reported 18 municipalities and 61 settlements impacted, over 1,000 properties flooded. The UK COVID-19 inquiry has found that nearly £9.9 billion of taxpayers' money was wasted on personal protective equipment purchases during the pandemic. Inquiry Chair Baroness Heather Hallett has criticised the VIP lane procurement process, saying better planning and systems could have reduced cost and improved delivery. The report, the fifth of the 10th module, has reignited criticism over the government's pandemic-era handling. A fatal shooting during the U.S. immigration enforcement operation in Biddeford, Maine has triggered protest and public outrage. Federal officials said an officer opened the fire after Johann Sebastian Duran Guerreros allegedly used his vehicle while attempting to flee. Hundreds gathered to protest the killing, with community members leaving the flowers and candles at the memorial near the site. India has lodged a strong diplomatic protest with Iran after attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz, claiming the life of an Indian seafarer and several others being injured. The Ministry of External Affairs has summoned a senior Iranian diplomat, condemning the attack, calling for an immediate de-escalation. Here's a report.
India has issued a strong diplomatic protest to Iran following deadly attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. The Ministry of External Affairs summoned Iran's Deputy Chief of Mission to convey India's deep concern over the incident. The attacks claimed the life of one Indian seafarer and left several others injured, including two who remain critically injured.
We had issued a statement post summoning of the Deputy Chief of Mission of Iran. We conveyed to them our deepest concerns and that we strongly condemned what has happened. We lost a precious Indian life, and there are several Indian nationals who have been injured, and a couple of them are also seriously injured. So we conveyed our strongest protest with the Iranian side on this particular matter, that these attacks, which we condemn, must stop at the earliest. At the same time, there should be de-escalation, and the two sides should come to the negotiating table and take the path of dialogue and diplomacy so that peace and stability can be ensured in West Asia.
According to the MEA, 30 Indian crew members were on board the two affected merchant vessels when the attack took place. India has urged all sides to exercise restraint and resolve the crisis through dialogue and diplomacy.
We are closely following the developments that are happening in West Asia. We continue to call for safe and unimpeded navigation and flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz. This is key for ensuring economic and energy security of people across the world.
The latest attacks come amid escalating tensions between the US and Iran, with renewed military strikes threatening to derail ceasefire efforts and raise concerns over global energy security. India has reiterated that the safety of international shipping and the protection of Indian nationals remain its top priority as the situation in the West Asia continues to evolve.
Viewers, a proud moment for the Indian diaspora. NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has successfully lifted off aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft for his maiden mission to the International Space Station. Menon will spend nearly 8 months in orbit, conducting critical scientific research and technology demonstrations aboard the ISS. Here's a report.
NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has embarked on his first journey into space aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft. The spacecraft lifted off from Kazakhstan carrying Menon alongside other Russian astronauts. After the launch, Soyuz successfully entered the orbit and is scheduled to dock within the International Space Station just hours later. The three-member crew will spend around 8 months aboard the ISS as a part of Expeditions 74 and 75. Menon brings with him an extraordinary background as an emergency medicine physician, aerospace medicine specialist, and US Space Force colonel. During the mission, Anil Menon will conduct scientific experiments, medical research, technology demonstration aimed at supporting future deep space exploration. A physician, engineer, and former SpaceX flight surgeon, Menon joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2021 and is now making his maiden space flight. His mission also highlights continued cooperation between NASA and Russia's Roscosmos on the International Space Station despite wider geopolitical tensions. For millions of Indians around the world, Anil Menon's journey marks yet another milestone in growing global contribution of people of Indian origin to the space exploration.
That orbital insertion, the engineers.
We're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up on the other side. Coming up, India-UK free trade agreement comes into force today. India's textile, jewellery, plastic to enter the market duty-free.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार जो अनुरोध
Viewers, telling you another breaking news of the hour where the tensions are again escalating rapidly in the Middle East, and reports have now said that the Iranian missiles have hit a US base in Jordan. These are amidst the escalating rapid tensions in the Middle East where the Iranian missiles have struck a US military base in Jordan. Now the target was King Faisal base, which is in the southern of Jordan, and these are the moments before the attack was taken place on the US base in Jordan. Also, these images that you see on your television screen, the videos that are circulating show multiple direct missile impacts that took place. And also, there are these reports that the Patriot air defense system reportedly failed to intercept the incoming missiles. On your television screen are moments before the US attack base in Jordan took place. Also, these are posts that almost all the missiles had reached their targets. So, on your television screen are reports of what the missiles are taking place right now. And these are the reports where they failed to intercept the incoming missiles. Coming up after a short commercial break, the protest against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. After a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। एयू
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again, and we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background. And they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US-designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan. And he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says, something bigger is going to happen in 2026. That's the video of him on the right, where he says something big is going to happen over the water issue in 2026. Then he's parroting the line of the Pakistani government. Remember, the man on the right is not just any fanatic. He's a US designated, very well-known Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, training what is being called as a water force and preparing them to attack India from a new front. And he's saying repeatedly that 2026 something big is coming. Therefore, this is clear proof that Pakistan is intending to carry out terrorism, targeting India's water resources and water storage. That is an absolutely logical conclusion that we can draw from that footage out there. Let me give you a few names to truly hammer in how dangerous the situation is. Sajid Mir, Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, Dawood Ibrahim. History is repeating itself in the most dangerous way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, do not ignore what is being done today. Remember the words of Pakistani Army Chief Asif Munir before Pahalgam when he said Kashmir is our jugular vein. Then the DG ISPR said block our water and we will choke you. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, What the climate minister of Pakistan said, we'll chop off hands if you cut our water, and then what Hafiz Saeed said, that if you stop our water, we will stop your breath. Now, Bilawal and Ishaq Dar are crying victims at international seminars, but we have proof before you that they're terrorists. Their official terrorists are being trained by the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story includes today the unrest that is in Manipur. We'll get you all the latest of that, and also the West Asian conflict, because there have been strikes and retaliatory strikes from both US and Iran. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates from the West Asian conflict and all the national and international developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Republic accesses exclusive video of Lashkar operatives. LET commander openly discusses attack against India. NIA court issues non-bailable warrant against absconding accused Hafiz Saeed in connection with Pahalgam terror attack. FIR registered against Bageshwar Baba's brother Shaligram. Baba distances himself from shooting incident. India-UK free trade agreement comes into force today. India's textile, jewellery, plastics to enter UK market duty-free. Jubilant Asian Athletics Under-23 team returns home today. Republic-only channel covering the glory of our athletes. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Trump's taco moment caught again, drops 20% Hormuz fee plan, pushes for investment deal with Gulf countries. Protest against Pakistan intensifies in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development which we are getting from Manipur. Breaking news coming in where tensions have gripped Senapati town in Manipur on Tuesday night after an unruly mob resorted to pelting stones, arson and vandalism against the Assam Rifles camp on the night of 14th and 15th July. Now, as tensions escalated around 9 p.m., a large crowd gathering in the Senapati town prepared to march towards the Assam Rifles camp. While retreating, a section of the mob vandalized and damaged Assam Rifles vehicles. One light vehicle was set ablaze also, while 2 trucks were overturned and damaged. A civil car was also reportedly burnt during the violence. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. Assam Rifles fired live rounds to disperse the crowd who targeted to storm Assam Rifle camp. Now, regarding the presence of armed cadres at Oklong, an area domination patrol and a search operation was launched by the Assam Rifles. Now, during the course of the operation, the Assam Rifles columns approached the Makui Longdi and Oklong villages, which were obstructed by residents involving women. Now, the Assam Rifles operation was solely based to ensure security and maintaining peace in the area through the coordinated efforts of the security forces. Now, Manipur police and CRPF personnel the situation was brought under control and the crowd fully dispersed by midnight. Now, the situation in Senapati is presently peaceful and under control. No injuries or casualties were sustained by the local population or security force personnel. Now, what's the root cause that triggered the initial Assam Rifles search operation in Oklong? Why did the residents, particularly women, block the security forces from entering Maiklongi and Oklong villages? These are the big questions that are coming in. All right, Linthoy and Johnson are with us with all the latest updates into the story. Coming to you first, Linthoy, what exactly happened and when exactly was the moment that the tensions escalated to a level of violence?
Yes, Shivam. The trigger for last night's unrest appears to have been reports that Assam Rifles personnel had allegedly moved near the Huthrong Brigade headquarters, a designated NSCN IM came under the jurisdiction of Oklong village in Senapati. So messages have been circulating on social media claiming that this had led to a confrontation between the two sides, although the exact circumstances surrounding the reported encounter have not yet been officially confirmed. Yesterday at around 9 p.m., social media messages began urging people to assemble at Senapati's town traffic point of what was described as necessary action. So soon after, a large number of people gathered before marching towards the Assam Rifles COB, demanding that the force withdraw immediately from the Oklong area. As the protest intensified, an Alto car parked outside the COB gate was set on fire, while a nearby waiting shed was also torched. Many of the they vandalized many of the area things out there near the Assam Rifles COB gate. So according to information available, the situation initially appeared to ease after reports emerged that the Assam Rifles had withdrawn from Oklong. However, while security personnel were returning, some protesters allegedly overturned an Assam Rifles truck and set two gypsy vehicles ablaze, leading to further escalation. Security forces also subsequently fired tear gas shells and live rounds in an effort to disperse the crowd. As of now, there are no official reports of casualties, while the extent of property damage, possible injuries, or arrests is yet to be confirmed. Authorities have also not issued a detailed statement on what exactly transpired near the designated camp, and the sequence of the events remains under verification. Back to you, Sivam.
All right, yeah. Johnson is also live with us with all the updates because shots had to be fired to bring the situation under control, Johnson. But what about the cadres, the presence of armed cadres at Oklong, and where an area domination patrol was done and search operation was launched by the Assam Rifles? Tell us about the operations that are ongoing and whether they are also the reason behind the tensions between the locals and the Assam Rifles. And what exactly is the situation? Why is this happening?
Yes, Shivam, as per the report that Republic got, the Assam Rifles were trying to enter this set Huthrong Brigade, the NSCN designated camp, which is located at Oklong village, under Oklong village. But fortunately, since this Assam Rifles, since the NSCN designated camp is under peace talk, so hearing the report that the Assam Rifles is trying to enter and also an operational mode of investigation is going to be carried on at this Huthrong Brigade. Various protesters, huge protesters came out. So actually, as per the report we get, in this very designated camp, we also get a report that there are no illegal arms and all, and there are no illegal movements of this NSCN IM cadre. There are no conditions that the NSCN IM cadre have broken the ground rules and all. So, as per the report that we get, the further operation was not carried out, but the tension still escalates as the Assam Rifles and the security, the combined security team tried to undergo operation in this set brigade. This is the designated camp of the NSCN IM, that is the Naga Army group. So, as the tension escalates, Linthoy have also already mentioned huge confrontation between the Assam Rifles and the protesters erupted, which resulted into the vandalization of various vehicles and burning down of 3 vehicles, including one of the civilian, one of the public vehicle. So, which is the Assam Rifle also, fired multiple live rounds in order to disperse the crowd for their safety, return to their camp operational base, which is located at the district administration office. So the thing is, even though the tension has been controlled, even though the situation is under control, after a prolonged, after long tension throughout the midnight, right now this situation is controlled in the Senapati main town, but there are still tense in the mindset or in the mind of the Senapati villagers and the public, whether this operation like activity conducted by the Assam Rifles will be carried out at any time. So as of now, there is still tense, even though the situation is under control. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Thanks, Linthoy. Thanks, Johnson. All right, viewers, let's move on to another breaking in this Manipur unrest story. The Ministry of Defence has taken cognizance of the incident after unruly mob attacked the vehicles of Assam Rifles. And the government says the Senapati police and CRPF were immediately deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Through the coordinated efforts of the security forces, Manipur police and CRPF personnel, the situation was brought under control and the crowd fully dispersed by midnight. Now, this is the big breaking news development that we are getting. Defence Ministry takes cognizance of the matter of the unrest where there were stones pelted, the unruly mob which attacked, a large section of mob vandalized and damaged Assam Rifles vehicles. A vehicle was set ablaze. 2 trucks were overturned, damaged. A civilian car was also reportedly burnt during the violence. 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles burnt down in this incident. So there's a lot happening, and the Ministry of Defence Ministry has taken cognizance of the matter in this case. All right, Ishan is live with us with all the latest updates in the story. Ishan, we are getting to know that the incident which has been reported from Manipur over the tensions between the locals and the Assam Rifles, where reportedly the vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt. Now, not just 1, but at least 3 vehicles is what we are getting. How has the Ministry of Defence reacted to the incident? Because we're getting to know they have taken cognizance of the matter. Is there a big threat?
Absolutely. The Ministry of Defence sees this incident in connection with the recent incident where Assam Rifles also lost personnel, the IED attack that took place on 6. Now, in this particular attack, Assam Rifles camp in Senapati town was attacked by stone pelting, arson, vandalism, and as rightly stated, vehicles were overturned and set ablaze. Now, this trouble has erupted after Assam Rifle launched an area domination and search operation based on credible intelligence reports that indicated multiple armed factions of the NSCN outside the designated areas. Now, this was in clear violation. This was in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement that they had come to. Now, this incident was taken seriously because the level of violence has been steadily rising against the security forces who are there to ensure peace and security. Now, this incident has been taken cognizance by the Ministry of Defence and CRPF as well. Now, this although is an incident which did not end in the loss of life, but this situation could have been worse. So, not taking any chances, the Ministry of Defence and MHA has taken full cognizance of this, and they are closely coordinating with CRPF and other security forces along with agencies and intelligence in the region to ensure that no such incidents take place further, and there is no such incidents. The main objective of both the security forces and the intelligence agencies here is to prevent the further loss of life and property, because we have seen escalating violence on both the Kuki and Methi side, showing kidnappings, village raids, and now we are seeing an escalating level of violence against the security forces themselves. Now, this was a clear reaction to the area domination exercise that was conducted by the Assam Rifles. However, due to the swift response of our forces, CRPF and Manipur police, we saw that the situation was quickly brought under control by around midnight, and the incident initially started around 9:30 p.m. and thereafter we saw that the incident was quickly brought under control by using minimum credible force. That is, they used tear gas and blank rounds to disperse the crowds. Once the crowd was dispersed, the Assam Rifles team took cognizance, and they have now been brought back to their base. So this entire incident showcases how the situation in Manipur is very critical, and we need to keep a very close eye on this, ensuring that the violence is brought under control. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge in the story. But these are the visuals of the tensions in Senapati district in Manipur, the visuals of the arson, the protest, and how the Assam Rifles vehicles were set ablaze. Around 3 Assam Rifle vehicles were burned down by the protesters, by the mob, and while they were retreating, and there was a march towards the Assam Rifles camp. And it needs to be highlighted, there were operations in that region, that is the area domination patrol, regarding the presence of armed cadres at Oklong. And there was a search operation which was launched by Assam Rifles, and after this, all of this happened. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big story that we are tracking. Breaking news coming in from POK. Now, sources report that peaceful protesters are being shot by Pakistani security forces for demanding their basic rights. Now, the situation on the ground is described as dire. Food, clean water, electricity and internet services have reportedly been cut off, leaving people in an extremely difficult situation. Now, meanwhile, a night vigil of the public surge was held during the ongoing protests in POK. Organizers say today this public surge will march to Muzaffarabad. So that's the story today. There will be a march to Muzaffarabad in protest against the government policies and what they call bloody actions. Now, reports suggest the Pakistan Army and government are in state of panic ahead of the march. All right, Gursimran is live with us with all the latest updates in the story. Gursimran, today is the big day for the protesters in POK. There was news that we broke yesterday that there was a call by the JAC and the protesters in POK that the men are going to march towards Muzaffarabad and the women and children will continue their sit-in protests. Now, what's latest? What's the latest? What's happening today, Gursimran?
Shivam, this morning at the Indian Standard Time, 11:30 in this morning, the protest march will begin from the Rawalakot sit-in. This protest march will include the first line will be of the senior leadership of the Joint Awami Action Committee, because they had made it amply clear that they will be the first to take the bullets of the Pakistani armed forces. We know that there have been desperate attempts being made to sabotage this ongoing march. There were actually negotiations that have also taken place, but all have failed. Reason being that the POJK protesters were told that they first have to end their ongoing protest, and only then there will be talks that will be taking place, to which there was a complete denial by the Awami Action Committee, and they said that only the solution to their demands is first the demands are met not in principle but on ground, and only then they will end their protest march. Second thing is, and the most important thing is, that this has been decided that not everyone who is part of the Rawalakot sit-in, they will be moving towards the Muzaffarabad. It will only be the male members that will be moving further, and the women and the children, they will stay put. There have been instances of the firing and the attempt to take over this control of the Rawalakot sit-in by the Pakistani armed forces yesterday also, when a civilian got killed while several others were injured. And now as we speak, the preparations are in full swing in Rawalakot, though there have been internet suspension and a limited flow of information that is taking place. But one thing that is very clear, that the protesters of the POJK, the Awami Action Committee, they are firm on their stance that until and unless their demands are met, including from the basic demands of the subsidized food items to the demands of the democratic rights, including the 12 seats that are nominated from the rest of Pakistan, and they are imposed on the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They are not rolled back. They are not going to accept any of the negotiations that are going to take place, and they have made it amply clear that no matter what are the attempts being made by the Pakistani army, they will ensure that any brutality is given a befitting reply, because this time they have said that this is a do or die situation. They cannot take any more bullets. We heard Javed Iqbal, one of the protesters in the Awami Action Committee, who said that, see, what is happening? We are taking bullets. We are asking for food, we are getting bullets. We are asking for electricity, we are getting bullets. We are asking for our democratic rights, we are getting bullets. But this is no more be acceptable to us, and we are going to hit back, which means they are also going to retaliate, and it is a tough situation for the Pakistan, because this time Pakistan know that these people have moved beyond the basic demands of food and electricity, but they are now actually asking for their democratic rights, which is a major threat to the Pakistani establishment, Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Gursimran, for all the updates. Keep tracking of all the updates and developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. But today, this is the big story, the massacre in POK and the protests and the call for march to Muzaffarabad. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are focusing. A meeting between Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and senior leaders from both factions of the NCP, that is the Nationalist Congress Party, on Tuesday has sparked fresh political buzz in the state. NCP leader Praful Patel and State Unit Chief Sunil Tatkare, both from the Ajit Pawar-led faction, met Fadnavis at his official residence, Varsha in Mumbai. Now, shortly afterwards, Jayant Patil from the Sharad Pawar-led NCP faction also arrived at the Chief Minister's residence. Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel and NCP SP leader Jayant Patil met CM Fadnavis today, and CM Devendra Fadnavis to be on a Delhi tour. Top NCP leaders from both the factions meeting the Chief Minister. Is something happening in Maharashtra? That's the big question. And CM Fadnavis to be on a Delhi tour. Are we looking at some other changes in Maharashtra, more developments in Maharashtra? That's the big question. But this is about a meeting between Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and senior leaders from both factions of NCP on Tuesday, which has sparked fresh political buzz. All right, Meenakshi is live with us with all the latest details on what actually is happening. Meenakshi, coming to you for all the details into the story. We're getting to know that the leaders from both the factions, not just one faction, have met the Chief Minister. What exactly is happening, if you can put that into perspective and share the details of the story?
As you have rightly mentioned, Shivam, it's a late-night meeting between senior leaders from both factions of the NCP and Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis on yesterday, and intensify the speculation over Sharad Pawar's next move, with both camps simultaneously grappling with questions over their political future. Now, NCP SP State President Jayant Patil first met Sharad Pawar at his South Mumbai residence, Silver Oak, yesterday night, and before that meeting was held before meeting Fadnavis later in the evening. Separately, ruling NCP Ajit Pawar leader Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel also met the Chief Minister. Neither the leaders who attended the meeting nor the Chief Minister's office commented on what was discussed in this meeting. But we are getting information from our sources that in both the ruling NCP and NCP SP said they were unaware of the agenda. The meetings come at a time when the Sharad Pawar-led NCP SP is, confronting its biggest strategic dilemma since Ajit Pawar split in the undivided NCP and joined the BJP-led Mahayuti in July 2023. And now we also broke that news that NCP SP's 10 MLAs are in favor to joining the BJP-led National Democratic Alliance, it means NDA, and they are saying that they need funds for development and for administrative development in Maharashtra. So it's a huge development for political development in Maharashtra that today Chief Minister Fadnavis is in Delhi and Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also in Delhi. So let's see what happened, what future is waiting for NCP SP. Shiva.
All right, stay with us, Meenakshi. We have another big breaking news development. We need your comment on that too. It's another breaking news that's coming from the UBT side, that this is Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and MP Shrikant Shinde and 6 rebel MPs met Home Minister Amit Shah last night. Now, meeting was chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah, was attended by Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, MP Shrikant Shinde, and the 6 rebel MPs. Now, in this meeting, various developmental works and funds regarding the respective constituency of the rebel MPs were discussed. So, this is a meeting which was chaired by Amit Shah with 6 rebel MPs. So, this is also another development that we are focusing. And Meenakshi is live with us. Meenakshi, if you can explain in detail the MPs who are meeting and the significance of this, because Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is there and Shrikant Shinde is there, and the 6 rebel MPs also were there who have met Amit Shah last night. How significant is this and what does it actually mean, Meenakshi?
Very significant, Shivan, as you have rightly mentioned. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde called on Union Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi, and we saw that yesterday night he met Union Minister Amit Shah to discuss technical matters relating to the merger of 6 MPs who defeated Uddhav Thackeray's led Sena to join the Shinde faction. And recently, as part of their Operation Tiger, we know, and the expansion and reshuffle of the Union Cabinet, this is more important thing, which is reportedly on the card as we are getting information from our sources. So this is the main important thing, that Eknath Shinde faction can get Union Cabinet birth. If Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla approves the merger of the rebel Uddhav Sena Lok Sabha MPs with the Eknath Shinde led Sena, the Shinde-led Sena's strength in the Lok Sabha will rise 13 MPs. We know. With more MPs, sources said at least one of 6 MPs will be rewarded with a ministerial position. It could mean that Shinde Sena lead will get 1 cabinet minister post and maybe a couple of ministers of a state post. We are getting information from our sources that to strengthen the Eknath Shinde BJP alliance, Shinde's son and Lok Sabha MP Shrikant Shinde is the also made ministers, and he is with Eknath Shinde. So let's see which cabinet ministry they will get, and we are getting, as I have earlier mentioned, that couple of minister of state posts they can get. So we are waiting for further information on this. Shiva.
All right, Meenakshi, thanks a lot. Keep tracking of all the developments. So Operation Tiger continues, basically. That's the gist of the story. Thanks a lot for all the updates. Well, it was time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Coming up next.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी, और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए, और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों के द्वारा ये प्रश्न आज
All right, viewers, let's go across to a big breaking news development that we are tracking. It is about an 8-year-old boy who was critically injured after a suspected rabid dog attacked him while he was playing in front of his grandmother's house. Now, in Hassan district, now the victim identified as Gunagowda, a native of Kartalu village, had come to visit his grandmother. The dog suddenly pounced on the child and severely bit his head and face, causing grievous injuries. Now, the boy was initially treated at the Konnanur Community Health Center and later shifted to the Hassan District Hospital for advanced treatment. Doctors have described his condition as critical. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, India-UK free trade agreement comes into force today. India's textile, jewellery, plastics to enter UK market duty-free. Coming up next.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरी राजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again, and we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background, and they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan, and he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says something.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. Now, as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and a vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together policymakers, defense leaders, innovators and also industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on the 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces first conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation of military technologies, advanced defense defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and also ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. Right now, it's time for the headlines. Let's delve in. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attack forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of the Assam Rifles were burnt down. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. In fact, Senapati Police CRPF deployed to assist this restoring law and order. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people's protest march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on an 8-month space mission aboard the ISS Russia. Delhi police arrest 2 law students for misconduct before CJI in the Supreme Court. Viewers, breaking news of the hour, with the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, which is the CETA, which aims at boosting mutual commerce between India and the United Kingdom to about $100 billion by 2030, has finally come into force. This is the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement that was signed a few weeks ago between the United Kingdom and India. It's a $100 billion trade that should come to force has come to force, and now the Comprehensive Secretary Rajesh Agarwal has said India and UK's trade volume stands at $55 to $60 billion at present. But this deal, which took in effect on the 15th of July, and is going to give acceleration to textiles, to leather, to footwear, gems, jewelry, and other plastic exports, will enter the British market with zero duty. It's a big news for all of the people who are exporters and also consumers. I have my colleague Nitin, who is going to be joining us right now for a conversation. In fact, Nitin, thank you so much for joining us from the Digital News. Nitin, the Indian sector is expected, at an earliest, the export gains. I want to understand which are the sectors, the Indian sectors, which are going to gain from this in the next coming few months.
Exactly. So it's going to be a major push in terms of economic, bilateral ties, exports and imports between both the countries, both United Kingdom and India. So what we're expecting as of now is a $5 billion push to both markets. What I mean by that is roughly $5 billion each, which again makes it quite balanced, and that's what the chief trade negotiator from UK has mentioned about this. So it's an addition of $5 billion in both the countries' GDP as part of this major deal. Now, labor-intensive sectors of India, which, as you rightly mentioned, footwear, textiles, they're going to be the biggest beneficiaries out of this India-UK trade pact that comes into force today. Now, beyond that, there are several other things that I like to point out. Now, India has secured an immediate duty-free access of over 97% of trade value. So that's a big relief for India's exporters looking to push their products across the markets in United Kingdom as of now. And also an interesting bit is that UK tariffs have been wiped off. Now, they were surging up to 18%, where earlier applicable on Indian textile goods, leather, they've been removed completely. Back to you.
Right. Nitin, I have another question for you. Beyond these headlines, the India-UK trade agreement is now in force. What's the first measurable change that, these consumers or businesses should be expecting?
The biggest relief has come on the service sector point of view. These Indian professionals, let's say you're a temporary worker working in the UK. Now, they had this thing of you had to pay taxes in UK. Now what will happen as part of the broader framework of the deal is that now gets eliminated. So the double social security taxes has been eliminated. Now you're able to sort of send about 25% of your earnings in United Kingdom back in India in a PF account. And that's going to not only benefit you as an individual working there, but also increase your savings. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Nitin, for giving us those updates about this wonderful trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom. Thank you for joining us from the Digital Newsroom. We're shifting our focus to another story that's coming in right now. The aircraft Air India accident that took place a few in fact, a year ago. Now, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has told the Supreme Court that a final draft of the probe into the June 2025 Air India flight AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad, which killed approximately 260 people, is expected to be ready in this October this year. Now, this is a detailed affidavit which was filed to the top court, and the AAIB, which is going to be, has said that, it's an absolute statutory prohibition on the disclosing cockpit voice recording and the airborne images recording from the 12th June 2025 accident. Also, Ahmedabad plane crash to any external committee or the public. Also, the AIIB has said that sharing such a material would violate to the rules. So, one, there is not going to be any disclosure of the voice material that was recorded in the cockpit, and also there is going to be no sharing of any of these materials that violate the rule. Also, there is a schedule that says this, these rules, according to these rules, none of this information can be disclosed. In fact, a draft probe is going to be submitted in October by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. I have my colleague Sarthak, who's joining us right now. Sarthak, joining us right now from New Delhi. I want you to give me an understanding of what the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has said, one, and two, what is the final draft of this report?
Well, the development came after a petition was filed in the Supreme Court by Pushkar Raj Sabharwal, who happens to be the father of the deceased pilot, Captain Sumit Sabharwal, along with the Federation of Indian Pilots, where they were expecting a court-monitored independent investigation being done on the crash of Air India flight AI-171. What the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has told the court that this is not just an Indian investigation. This is they have drafted a final investigation. They'll be drafting a final investigation report in October 2026, and to limit the powers of the Aircraft Investigation Bureau in this particular matter, it won't be right at this point, because they are very intensively and very extensively investigating the matter, and this is not just merely an Indian investigation. They also say that the probe is governed by the Chicago Convention and ICAO NX-13. Now, what is NX-13? NX-13 is the international rule book of aircraft accident investigations. So investigations are conducted to improve the quality of aircrafts, to improve the quality of flights, and to investigate whether there was any criminal negligence or any civil liability has to be established. So this is an international investigation, not merely an Indian investigation. That's what they have submitted, and they have said that the final draft of the report will be filed in October 2026 at the court.
Okay, right. Thank you so much, Sarthak, for giving us detailed and exclusive information on this matter. Thank you for joining us. Right now, shifting our focus to another story where Republic has accessed an exclusive video that raises serious national security concerns. In fact, the footage allegedly shows Harish Dhar, the Lashkar-e-Taiba operative, training terrorists while invoking the Indian-Pakistan water dispute. Now, recorded near the swimming pool, the video contains direct references to a possible confrontation that might likely take place in 2026. Also, the threats linked to the Indus Water Treaty. The visuals once again raise troubling questions over the nexus between Pakistan-based terror groups and Pakistani establishment, and also whether terrorism is once again being projected as Islamabad's response to India's firm stand on cross-border terrorism. Here's a report.
Is Pakistan preparing to turn the water dispute into another front of terror? Republic has accessed an exclusive video showing Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives Harish Dhar training terrorists. Harish Dhar is seen addressing a gathering alongside members to be linked to the Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. During the training session, the Lashkar operative warns that something may happen in 2026, hinting at a possible escalation this year. While referring to the Mangla Dam, the terrorist declares, "If you stop our waters, we will stop your breathing."
हालात बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह। आइंदा आने वाला जो वक्त है, आपने ये पानी की तैयारी की है। आपको पता है हमारे पानी का मसला क्या है कि पीछे इंडिया बैठा है और आप माशाल्लाह सुन रहे हैं हमारे वजीर और इन सब ने क्या कहा है, तुम्हारा पानी बंद करेगा, हम उसकी सांस बंद कर देंगे। इस साल 2026 में, मेरी बात सुन लें, 2026 में ना पानी के मसले पे कुछ हो जाना है, ठीक है। इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ताला ना बहुत ही हमें आजादियां गल्बे फतूहात देगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं, तो तैयारी जरूरी है कि नहीं है, ठीक है। तो जमात के साथ जुड़ के हर बंदा नज़म का हिस्सा बने।
The video appears to directly link terror threats with the Indus waters issue, raising serious security concerns. It also exposes the continuing nexus between Pakistan terror outfits and the Pakistani government, with the US designated terrorist Hari Star operating openly. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, holding Pakistan accountable for cross-border terrorism. The move has put Pakistan under pressure, Islamabad repeatedly raising the issue on international platforms. Responding to Republic, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated its position. Pakistan must irreversibly and credibly end its support for cross-border terrorism. The exclusive video once again raises a critical question. Is Pakistan using terrorism as a response to diplomatic pressure? And does this footage serve as an early warning of a larger security threat that India cannot afford to ignore?
We are shifting our focus to another breaking news that's coming. Former Minister and YSRCP leader Apal Raju's 18-year-old son Arvind has surrendered in a hit-and-run case. This is coming from Sirikakulam, Andhra Pradesh. Now, the incident took place when there was a hit-and-run situation that took place when the 18-year-old Arvind, who's the former son of the minister, he surrendered to the police in connection with the fatal hit-and-run. Now, he surrendered to the Kasibuga police station. Also, this incident took place on a Friday. Now, police is saying that Arvind or Arav was driving a two-wheeler recklessly and he killed a shepherd who died on the spot. Now, it was a hit-and-run case. Arav was recklessly driving and he allegedly hit Danya, who's a shepherd, and he died on the spot. Now, what are the allegations that are coming in? That Arav was taken away from the scene, one, and hence two, his friend Siddhartha was allegedly presented before the police as the rider responsible for the accident. So now, during the investigation, the police has reported that Apal Raju had used his influence and attempt to make, to take the friend to take the blame. Now, these are truths that are emerging from a CCTV footage. While the footage was reportedly identified Arav and not Siddhartha as the actual rider. I have my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining me for live updates right now. There are CCTV footage, Aishwarya, that show that it was not Siddhartha who's the friend, but actually Arav, the minister's son, who was driving recklessly and killed this shepherd. What are the details that you have for us?
Well, what we're learning as of now was on Friday night, this particular accident that happened in the late night where when he was driving recklessly. What we're learning is an 18-year-old boy having a learner's license is what the police have also confirmed. And though it is not his bike, it is his friend Siddharth's bike that Arav was driving at that moment. And that is the reason when he made the accident, when he hit the shepherd Dhanaya, he was immediately shuffled off from that scene, and he was taken to the hospital because he also had a certain minor injury. So he was taken to hospital. He was treated there. But however, when the Dhanaya died and there was a case that was registered, the bike was registered on his friend's name, Siddharth. So Siddharth was taken into custody by the police. However, the police said that the things did not add up because in the CCTV footages, though they have confirmed that they do not have the exact CCTV footage of the accident, but they have a series of CCTV footages where leading to the accident, where they can see Arav going to the bike in the same lane just 5 minutes before the accident had happened. So using that, they had confirmed that it was Arav who was actually driving the bike at that moment, and not Siddharth. And Apal Raju, the former minister, had used his influence where the police have confirmed to Republic while speaking that they have used the influence to soften off, quietly take away his son and make Siddhartha
right, Aishwarya.
and make him surrender.
Aishwarya, stay with me. On our television screen right now is the CCTV footage of the hit-and-run case where the son of the minister, Arnab, is seen riding the two-wheeler and involving in a fatal accident where he killed one shepherd. Aishwarya, I'm going to come back to you and understand from you. What we understand from our sources so far is that Arnab has now surrendered to the Kasibogha police station. But also, has the court remanded something? Has he been sent to any judicial custody? Well, that's the update I want from you.
Well, yes, after they have, police had examined a series of CCTV footages and they have realized it was actually Arnab who was driving the bike at the time of the accident. They had approached him and after which he surrendered yesterday, day before yesterday night, on the Monday night he had surrendered and he was produced to court yesterday, and then the judge has also given a 14-day judicial custody for the, after which he was also taken to the jail is what we are learning. Currently he has surrendered, but however the police have registered a case of manipulation and also misleading the police against him, beside filing a case on culpable homicide not amounting to murder.
Okay, Aishwarya, thank you for giving us those important updates about the matter. Now, these are the visuals on your television screen of a hit and run where a minister has used his influence to save his son. But right now we're shifting our focus to another proud moment for the Indian diaspora, where NASA astronaut of the Indian origin Anil Menon has successfully lifted off on board Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft for his maiden mission to the International Space Station. Now, Menon will spend nearly 8 months in the orbit, conducting critical scientific research and also technological demonstration aboard the ISS. Here's a report.
NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has embarked on his first journey into space aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft. The spacecraft lifted off from Kazakhstan carrying Menon alongside other Russian astronauts. After the launch, Soyuz successfully entered the orbit and is scheduled to dock within the International Space Station just hours later. The three-member crew will spend around 8 months aboard the ISS as a part of Expeditions 74 and 75. Menon brings with him an extraordinary background as an emergency medicine physician, aerospace medicine specialist, and US Space Force colonel. During the mission, Anil Menon will conduct scientific experiments, medical research, technology demonstration aimed at supporting future deep space exploration. A physician, engineer, and former SpaceX flight surgeon, Menon joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2021 and is now making his maiden space flight. His mission also highlights continued cooperation between NASA and Russia's Roscosmos on the International Space Station despite wider geopolitical tensions. For millions of Indians around the world, Anil Menon's journey marks yet another milestone in growing global contribution of people of Indian origin to the space exploration.
That orbital insertion, the engineers.
Viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. You're watching Republic TV. Don't go anywhere. Coming up after a short break, Delhi police arrest 2 law students for misconduct before the CJI in Supreme Court.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में
Welcome back. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. My name is Naya. Now, in the most headline-setting interview of the Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister at Republic UP Summit, Yogi Adityanath ji gives a hard-hitting response to critics, says those who looted when in power have no right to criticize. Take a listen in.
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों के द्वारा ये प्रश्न आज उठाए जा रहे हैं और इसीलिए आज के इस अवसर पर मैं रिपब्लिक भारत के सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध करूंगा, हम उस मानसिकता को समझें जिनके लिए राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि नहीं है और जो लोग गाए बगाहे उन मूल्यों पर, उन मुद्दों को भटकाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जो मुद्दे देश की अस्मिता और देश की आस्था को आहत करते हैं। और यह कार्य निरंतर हो रहा है, यह प्रहार निरंतर हो रहा है, उस पर हमें सजग होना होगा। यूपी की जो यात्रा है, ये जो कुछ भी हमने तय किया है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप के कारण यह संभव हो पाया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का नेतृत्व मिला, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला, हर एक क्षेत्र में यूपी ने सफलता प्राप्त की है और ये जो कुछ भी यूपी ने अचीव किया, यानी बॉटम 3 से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में यूपी का आना और आगे की जो सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में यूपी का ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, यह विकसित भारत की उस आधारशिला को बनने का है जिसमें अब बीमारूपन से नहीं बल्कि भारत की इकोनॉमी के एक ब्रेक थ्रू के रूप में यूपी अपनी इस जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करेगा और इस जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करने के लिए आज ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ कार्य करेगी। मैं रिपब्लिक भारत को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं और विश्वास करता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं, यूपी के बारे में जो उनकी मान्यता है उसको यूपी गवर्नमेंट और डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरी मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करेगी। मैं एक बार फिर से श्री गोस्वामी जी को और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
Viewers, we're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up on the other side. Coming up, protests against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. After the short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again, and we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background, and they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan, and he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says, something bigger is going to happen in 2026. That's the video of him on the right, where he says something big is going to happen over the water issue in 2026. Then he's parroting the line of the Pakistani government. Remember, the man on the right is not just any fanatic. He's a US designated, very well-known Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, training what is being called as a water force and preparing them to attack India from a new front. And he's saying repeatedly that 2026 something big is coming. Therefore, this is clear proof that Pakistan is intending to carry out terrorism, targeting India's water resources and water storage. That is an absolutely logical conclusion that we can draw from that footage out there. Let me give you a few names to truly hammer in how dangerous the situation is. Sajid Mir, Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, Dawood Ibrahim. History is repeating itself in the most dangerous way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, do not ignore what is being done today. Remember the words of Pakistani Army Chief Asif Munir before Pahalgam when he said Kashmir is our jugular vein. Then the DG ISPR said, block our water and we will choke you. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, what the Climate Minister of Pakistan said, we'll chop off hands if you cut our water. And then what Hafiz Saeed said, that if you stop our water, we will stop your breath. Now, Bilawal and Ishaq Dar are crying victims at international seminars, but we have proof before you that their terrorists, their official terrorists, are being trained by the Pakistani army and the Pakistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, has now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission: to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms, but on the field, live as news breaks, covering elections, wars, and the biggest stories of our times, under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batch begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online now at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call 836-999-5400 to know more. Now, let's shift our focus and get you all the top headlines of the hour. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attacks forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. MOD, Ministry of Defence, takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati Police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Delhi police arrests 2 law students for misconduct before CJI in Supreme Court. They were abusing in the court. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development on the focus story that we are tracking, because there has been a call for march to Muzaffarabad. There has been a call by the protesters in Pakistan in the POK region. They have called for march to Muzaffarabad, and we're getting breaking news developments in the story. Now, sources report that peaceful protesters are being shot at by Pakistani security forces for demanding their basic rights. And the situation on the ground is described as dire, where food, clean water, electricity and internet services have reportedly been cut off, leaving people in an extremely difficult situation. Meanwhile, a night vigil of the public surge was held during ongoing protests in POK. Organizers say today this public surge will march to Muzaffarabad in protest against government policies and what they call bloody actions. Now, reports suggest that the Pakistani army and government are in a state of panic ahead of the march. All right, let's go across to Gursimran for all the latest updates in the story. Gursimran, coming to you because this has been the call of the protesters, those who are peacefully protesting for their basic rights, rights which includes education, clean drinking water and food, basic requirements, Gursimran, but they're not getting it in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir because of the illegal occupation of Pakistan. Now, this is a very big call, and today is the big day that everybody is focusing, especially it means do or die for the protesters in POK. What's the latest, Gursimran?
See, if you speak of the situation, yes, the people of Pakistan are also demanding the basic rights, but more than their basic right, it is their democratic rights that they are demanding. That is what has rattled the Pakistani federal government, because if you speak of the ongoing situation, Pakistani government is committing the atrocities on the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and the entire leadership of the Joint Awami Action Committee that has been subjected to the atrocities, not only the individuals, those who are involved in the protests, but also their relatives also. They are also been subjected to the atrocities by the Pakistani federal government and the Pakistani security forces. Their houses are being vandalized, shops being destroyed, their relatives being picked by the security forces, being subjected to torture. Now, coming to the demands, these demands includes the subsidized food items, subsidized electricity, but also their democratic rights, which is foremost importance for them, because it is the future of the people of POJK that lies on their democratic rights. If they don't get these rights and Pakistani federal government continues to nominate 12 people, those who will go and sit in the assembly of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, then it will be those 12 people who have no stake in POJK, who have no accountability to the people of POJK. They will have say and they will take shots for the people of POJK. And whenever the federal government wants or the Pakistani army wants, they can dislodge the elected government in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So that is what these people want to reverse. And today at 11:30 Indian Standard Time, this protest march will start. There has been strong communication barricades that have been put in place. A complete communication clampdown has been imposed in entire Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and the POJK government and the federal government of Pakistan, they do not want any civilian atrocities that they are committing to come out to the global arena. But if we speak of last 1 month and 10 days to be very precise, when this crackdown began, the people of POJK have succeeded in one thing, that is to tell the world that what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Despite the internet clampdown, these people have ensured that these small small videos, 10-second, 30-second videos, go out to the world, and this shows the brute face of Pakistan, which is trying to prove itself the champion of peace. What the champion of peace is doing to its own people in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Reason being that Pakistan is treating POJK as a colony, and the people do not matter to them. It is only the resources of POJK that matter to Pakistan, and that is clearly evident from what Pakistan has done in last 40 days of this protest beginning from 5th of June when the clampdown was ordered by the federal government. So now today is the big day, as being said by the Joint Awami Action Committee also, that we will be leading the march. Men will be heading towards Muzaffarabad, and the women will have sit-in protest in Ravla Court, because they do not want to end the Ravla Court sit-in that has become one of the symbols of the resistance against the Pakistani federal government, Pakistani establishment, POJK government, by the people of the Joint Awami Action Committee, by the people of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, thanks a lot to Goswami for all the updates in the story. Keep tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development. Now, this is coming from Pakistan, and it speaks the truth that is in Pakistan, that no Hindu is safe in Pakistan. The big picture from Pakistan, that no Hindu is safe. A Karachi young doctor was killed, a Hindu doctor was killed during daylight robbery. Even after a successful robbery, the robbers, they killed him. They killed him, the tragic killing of 28-year-old Dr. Akash Kumar, a doctor at Jinnah Postgraduate Medical Center, JPMC, during a robbery near Teen Talwar, Karachi, has sparked widespread grief and renewed concerns over the law and order situation in Sindh. According to police, Dr. Akash was traveling with his family after withdrawing cash from a bank when armed robbers intercepted their vehicle. Investigators are examining whether the fatal bullet was fired by the robbers or a bank security guard during the exchange of gunfire. Now, CCTV footage is being reviewed, and police say efforts are underway to arrest those responsible. The victim's family has demanded swift justice, while the incident has intensified calls for stronger public security and a transparent investigation. A Hindu doctor killed in Pakistan. Citizens and the medical community are urging authorities to ensure that everyone involved is brought to justice without any delay. So even a doctor, because he's a Hindu, he gets killed in Pakistan.
मेरा डॉक्टर आकाश कुमार है, ऑन ड्यूटी जना हॉस्पिटल का डॉक्टर है। वो पिछले काफी टाइम से उधर ऑन ड्यूटी जॉब कर रहा है और एमबीबीएस बड़ा ज़हीन डॉक्टर है, बेहतरीन डॉक्टर है। उसकी उम्र टोटल 28 साल है। टोटल इतना शहजादा डॉक्टर है, उसको आज मर्डर किया गया है। दिन दिहाड़े, दिन को 12 बजे बैंक अलादीप के सामने उसको मर्डर किया गया है। मैं सीएम सिंध मुराद अली शाह को और आईजी पुलिस को मैं पुरजोर अपील करूंगा, जब तक ये इनको अरेस्ट नहीं होंगे तब तक हम देशबाजी नहीं उठाएंगे रोडों से।
आपका नाम क्या है? उनके हवाले से थोड़ी सी डिटेल बता देंगे, जो साथ इंतकाल हुए।
जो इनको शहीद किया गया है, उनको जो है ना, उनके साथ इसका फादर साथ था, इसका कजन साथ था। दिन को 12 बजे वो बैंक में किसी काम से केस जमा कराने गए थे। वहाँ पे जैसे गाड़ी से उतरे उनको फायर किए गए। हमें जो इतना शहीद मर्डर किया जाएगा तो हम परेशान हैं। हम सीएम सिंध मुराद अली शाह को, प्राइम मिनिस्टर शहबाज शरीफ साहब को, और खास तौर पे कि मैं आर्मी चीफ सैयद मुनीर को, मैं सैयद आसुम मुनीर को पुरजोर अपील करूंगा कि ये एक्शन लिया जाए। ये एक्शन नहीं लेंगे कि ये कौन बैठेगा इधर इस मुल्क में? कोई भी नहीं बैठेगा, कोई भी डॉक्टर इधर मुल्क में नहीं बैठेगा, और मेहरबानी करके एक्शन लिया जाए।
अच्छा, ये है कि डाकुओं की फायरिंग से नहीं, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की फायरिंग से,
किसी की भी फायरिंग से नहीं, गलत है। ये डाकुओं की फायरिंग से शहीद किया गया है। डाकू जो पीछे लगे हुए, उनके डाकुओं के मुकाबले में ये जो है ना, उनको शहीद किया गया है।
All right, viewers, now my colleague and Republic Media Network's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor spoke to India's chief economic officer Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran on the renewed conflict in West Asia and India's economy. Take a listen.
Thank you, Mr. Nageshwaran, for joining us on this broadcast. And I want to begin by asking, we have just had the monthly trade data released yesterday, and it shows increase in trade deficit. Recently, you have said that we are going through a live balance of payments stress test due to the Gulf War. And now we have the war again. War is back. The war clouds are back. Yeah. What's your assessment of the impact of this round of war, and what's your normalization window, sir?
It's a good question. I mean, this phase has just commenced, and therefore it is relatively early days. I would therefore still work with the assumption that the worst phase of the conflict is behind us. Unless I am proven wrong and unless evidence mounts to the contrary. So I would like to work with the assumption that we saw the worst of the conflict in terms of the impact on our economy, as of the third week of June and so on. And on that basis, I think we have handled the conflict quite well. Our economy has turned out to be quite resilient. Yes, in the months of April and May, we spent on average more than $100 per barrel of the crude that we imported, but that's been coming down. And even today, although the Brent crude was as low as $71 at some point in time last week, now it is close to $85 per barrel. So we have to wait and see. And as I said, I would, for the time being, assume that this phase will not be as prolonged or as intense from a macro perspective on India as the first phase was, which lasted until mid to third week of June. Back to you.
Right, sir. And we are having this conversation when the India-UK trade deal kicks in tomorrow, in fact. How should we take advantage of this? I mean, are we really prepared for taking full advantage of this kind of trade deal, sir?
Well, I think every trade agreement we have been obviously improving our negotiating positions and the kind of asks we get from other markets in terms of market access, and also in terms of the industry and trade bodies being prepared to take advantage of it. So we are improving with every trade agreement, both in the public sector and in the private sector. Second point, this agreement is important for labor-intensive manufacturing and also for exchange of personnel and also labor-intensive services. So I personally believe that this agreement will be beneficial both from the point of view of boosting export opportunities, which, by the way, as you correctly pointed out, although the deficit has widened because of crude oil price and gold price, etc., but the fact remains that export growth has been quite resilient. And the AI impact on India's IT-enabled services is not evident in the data in terms of IT services. Right. So this agreement will actually further reinforce our resilient exports in the last half year or more, and also open up opportunities for Indian industry to face competition from imported goods, particularly in the auto sector and so on. So it is a win-win on both dimensions.
Right.
Back to you.
Right, sir. So, I've been going through some of the comments that you've made in the recent past, and one of which caught my attention and which is connected with this earlier question. Yeah, which is that you've said that if you take the top 500 companies of the country, their profits have increased by as much as 30% plus, but not the investments by them or the gross fixed capital formation has not been commensurate. Now, when we say that we have to take advantage of these kind of trade deals, we have also seen resistance from India's private sector when it comes to quality upgrade. And, the resistance to QCOs, for example, we saw, to up their quality game. If they don't do that, they would not be able to take advantage of the enabling environment of these kind of trade deals. So what do you have to say in terms of how to get private capital skin in the game?
Yeah, it's a good question. Quality is determined in the marketplace based on competition and R&D and innovation. Quality control orders were a double-edged sword. They were downstream cost, and they were also, therefore, one needs to use this tool very carefully, looking into the overall cost benefit for the industries that benefit from it and the ones that lose out. So in that sense, quality and being able to take advantage of export market access comes from investment in research and development innovation. That is why we have the ANRF fund, which creates the R&D ecosystem. And we have the RDIF, which has taken off quite well in some cases, in some sectors. The second level fund managers have been actively scouting investment proposals. And I understand that some of the second level fund managers have been very pleasantly surprised by the quality of the investment proposals coming their way. And therefore, I think if industry also is able to augment the RDIF government's budget contribution over the next 5 years with its own commitment to R&D, by engaging more actively with the academia, and that is what will boost the quality. It is not administrative orders that boost quality. It is the marketplace and a commitment to R&D and innovation.
Yeah,
back to you.
It's been there, sir, but somehow it seems the industry is not biting the bait.
No, I think obviously without industry biting the bullet, our manufacturing export growth, which used to be somewhere in the $250 to $300 billion range throughout the second decade, wouldn't have climbed quite steeply to nearly averaging $500 billion a year. So there is clearly some improvement in the attention to quality, and that is why the Indian, despite the rupee depreciation and so on, in dollar terms, Indian exports have climbed to nearly $500 billion. So we cannot paint everybody with a very broad brush. Obviously, there are situations where we could do a lot better, but clearly the glass is half full rather than half empty here.
Right, sir. That's been a typical government stance, actually. But another comment that's been that caught my attention and that's been a catchy headline is that the era of software and the era of MBAs or the MBA degree is over. And that's something which should worry us as a nation and society, because those two have been our strengths for the last couple of decades.
No, well, I don't think we should worry us. If anything, we should accept the fact that context evolves, the global environment evolves, and we need to evolve. I mean, before 1980, we probably didn't have IT-enabled services. There was a different era. And then between 1990 and 2015-20, we thrived on the IT-enabled services, and globalization era also helped bring in the culture of management degree holders and so on and so forth. But now manufacturing is becoming very important. Countries have to make things at home. The global markets will not supply us because supply chains are being weaponized, export licensing, dual use restrictions, and holding back of critical backward integration material that will be necessary. All these things are becoming more prominent, and therefore the country needs expertise in manufacturing. The country needs trade skills to attract manufacturing enterprises to India, whether it is domestic or overseas investors. So therefore, the geopolitical and geoeconomic compulsions and the fact that development of technology like AI are going to make certain skills relatively unimportant and certain skills relatively more important, and we need to read the tea leaves. And in fact, the youngsters are doing that already. I understand that this year the enrollment in IITs or applications for civil engineering departments were actually more than the applications for computer science departments, which is what I read somewhere. I don't know. I don't recall exactly where I read it, and I hope it is true. If that is the case, then that's a good sign that the youngsters are reading the tea leaves correctly. And that's exactly what I meant. Obviously, if you get into a very top business school or management school in the country, you will still be able to attract employers. That's not the point. But a vast majority of them will probably struggle more than they used to do before. And students also should not regret at the end of 2 years that they wasted their time. They would rather look at what is it going to drive India's growth in the next 20 years. It is going to be manufacturing. It is going to be trade skills. It is going to be AI-insulated service sector and manufacturing skills. So that is where the opportunities lie.
All right. So you were pulling punches when it came to the question on private investment. But I hope in the next question you take it directly. And possibly the last question, sir, and which is that there has been a debate recently of whether we are really capturing the tide and whether our economic growth is exactly what it should be. And I am referring to the debate engendered by economist Surjit Bhalla. You have said recently that this is neither a 1991 moment nor a 2013 moment. So what is it then? I mean, are we moving? Perhaps there is consensus that we are moving in the right direction. The divergence of opinion is on whether the pace is what it should be.
No, I mean, that's probably a good summary. I mean, I think overall investment rate in the economy is 32% of GDP, which considering the kind of dominance that China has in manufacturing and considering the kind of impact China's manufacturing presence has had in other economies in the region, I think India is faring quite well. And second point about foreign direct investment, yes, government has committed to revamping the bilateral investment treaty, but it has also been concluding bilateral investment treaties in any case. With UAE, Israel, Saudi Arabia is under advanced negotiations, etc. So it is not as if India's negotiators are sticking to the model bilateral investment treaty as a non-negotiable instrument. It's a starting point, and we have been able to conclude BITs with important countries. We have an agreement for investments with EFTA countries as well. So in other words, and India's gross FDI numbers have picked up to $95 billion. Inflows are coming in. Without that, the gross number wouldn't have been $95 billion. So the story is a mixed one, and I'm not hedging myself here, nor did I, evade your question. The truth is, it is not a sort of a black or white situation. It is mixed. There are evidence to make on both sides. Yes, we need to do a lot more, considering the kind of world we are getting into. We need to attract more global supply chains to locate in India. And that requires not just bilateral investment treaties, but tax certainty, logistics, availability of skilled manpower, etc. All these things will matter, and we have to continue to work on them because the world is competing for investments, not just emerging markets. Even developed countries want investments to come back.
Right.
So we need to compete with developed countries as well. So I agree with you that more needs to be done, and the pace has to pick up, because the next 20 years is not going to be very forgiving of a slow pace of decision making. And that is something that both private sector, public sector, state governments, local governments, union government, all of us have to kind of work towards.
Right. Thank you so much, Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, there joining us on this special broadcast of Republic TV. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati Police and CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order situation.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी, और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक SIT उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए, और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हुई।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now let's shift our focus to a top story that we are tracking. A proud moment for the Indian diaspora. NASA astronaut of Indian origin, that is Anil Menon, has successfully lifted off aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft for his maiden mission to the International Space Station, that is the ISS. Now Menon will spend nearly 8 months in orbit conducting critical scientific research and technology demonstrations aboard the ISS. Watch this report.
NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has embarked on his first journey into space aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft. The spacecraft lifted off from Kazakhstan carrying Menon alongside other Russian astronauts. After the launch, Soyuz successfully entered the orbit and is scheduled to dock within the International Space Station just hours later. The three-member crew will spend around 8 months aboard the ISS as a part of Expeditions 74 and 75. Menon brings with him an extraordinary background as an emergency medicine physician, aerospace medicine specialist, and US Space Force colonel. During the mission, Anil Menon will conduct scientific experiments, medical research, technology demonstration aimed at supporting future deep space exploration. A physician, engineer, and former SpaceX flight surgeon, Menon joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2021 and is now making his maiden space flight. His mission also highlights continued cooperation between NASA and Russia's Roscosmos on the International Space Station despite wider geopolitical tensions. For millions of Indians around the world, Anil Menon's journey marks yet another milestone in growing global contribution of people of Indian origin to the space exploration.
That orbital insertion, the engineers.
All right, we have time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming up next, Delhi police arrest 2 law students for misconduct before CJI in Supreme Court. Coming up next, all details on that.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again. And we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background. And they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US designated Lashkar terrorist.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18th July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces' first conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation military technologies, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. Now, let's have a look at the headlines. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attack. Forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles burnt down. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Delhi police arrests 2 law students for misconduct before CJI in Supreme Court. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development and a top story that we are tracking. This is about the tensions that gripped Senapati town in Manipur on Tuesday night after an unruly mob resorted to pelting stones, arson and vandalism against the Assam Rifles camp on the night of 14th and 15th July. Late at night, as tensions escalated around 9 p.m. of a large crowd gathering in the Senapati town prepared to march towards the Assam Rifles camp. While retreating, a section of the mob vandalized and damaged Assam Rifles vehicles, and one light vehicle was set ablaze also. A civilian vehicle was also set ablaze, while 2 trucks were overturned and damaged. A civilian car was also reportedly burnt down in the violence. Now, at least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burned down, and Assam Rifles had to resort to live firing of rounds to disperse the crowd who tried to storm the Assam Rifle camp. Now, regarding the presence of armed cadres at Oklong also, an area domination patrol and search operation was launched by the Assam Rifles, and through the coordinated efforts of the security forces, the Manipur police and CRPF personnel, the situation was brought under control and the crowd fully dispersed by midnight. Now, the situation in Senapati is presently peaceful and under control. No injuries or casualties were sustained by the local population or the security forces personnel. All right, to speak on this issue and what's actually happening in Manipur, I'm being joined by Lieutenant General Shaukin Chauhan, retired defense expert. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining and for speaking on this issue. Lieutenant General Shaukin has served as the ex-Director General of Assam Rifles, so he knows, he has been in the thick of the things. Now, General Shaukin, if you can explain what exactly might have been the cause, because we are getting to know that there was an area domination, there was a search operation, and that led to protests, and then the entire mob, they decided to move ahead to the Assam Rifles camp. Now, it's getting very dangerous, because what can the armed forces personnel do in such a situation, because they are civilians?
Good morning to you, Shibram. Thank you for calling me for your show. This is a serious issue because, firstly, the Assam Rifles was planning to go to the Oklong camp of the NSCN, which is located at Senapati district. And to prevent the Assam Rifles from doing that, because obviously there was some illegal work happening there, they were interrupted or intercepted by this mob who decided to carry out violence, knowing that the Assam Rifles would not fire it because it wanted to keep the lives and the safety of the people at large. The main issue is that this is not a spontaneous ethnic clash. It's very, very clear. Following the reports that the Assam Rifles was there, you had this large crowds actually damaging the Assam Rifles vehicles. But what are the principal actors here? The first is the Assam Rifles, which is conducting the security operation. The second is the NSCN IM, Isaac Muiva, the insurgent group that has its camp at Oklong. And as you are aware, the NSCN IM and the Indian Army have been in a ceasefire since 2017. One aspect probably you didn't cover was that I was also the previous chairman of the ceasefire monitoring board located at Kohima. Okay. But my writ was extended only within the state of Nagaland and did not include the camp at Oklong. So while the camp at Oklong is an NSCN IM camp, but it did not come under the ceasefire monitoring board. The Naga civil authorities, the civil society authorities, such as the United Naga Council, the All Naga Students Association of Manipur, all these have been strongly opposed to what they perceive as coercive action against the Naga areas. The idea here is that can they get away with this kind of violence? And why is it Senapati? That's the important thing. It is nothing to do with the mighty Kuki-Zo problem. That's the first issue that I would like to clarify here. The ethnic groups in Senapati, in fact, there's a very small minority of Kuki-Zo people, or even the Maitis, but there are the Maos, the Marams, the Paumis, the Tangals, the Zeliangong, several other smaller communities. And the importance of Senapati is that it falls on the national highway, and it is a gateway to the Naga Hills. So all these things combine to making this a very important place, making the NSCN camp a very important camp. And this was projected violence. It was planned, pre-planned violence, and it was not spontaneous.
Yeah, it's not spontaneous, but what are the measures that can be adopted? Because you understand the situation, which is pretty sensitive. Most of the details are out in open. However, there has to be some restraint that has to be shown from the forces side. But at 10 situations of such a kind, you have been in the thick of things. You know exactly how to respond and what action should be taken. Do you think that more action needs to be taken in this entire case? Because you already highlighted the ceasefire which is in place. But what about the area domination and the other processes which are followed by the armed forces in this regard? And why exactly the retaliation, the resistance?
Firstly, Shivam, the Assam Rifles acted absolutely correctly.
Okay.
They restrained their fire. They fired, but restrained the fire, and therefore you'd see nobody being killed. But if this violence was to continue, then the Assam Rifles would have to fire into the people to prevent this problem from happening. That's the second issue. The third is the Assam Rifle post in Senapati would also get a lot of reinforcements by now. And a larger amount of the army, there's an army brigade in Senapati, 59 brigade, and a large number of other resources from neighboring districts would come into the Senapati district by now and would make sure that this kind of issue doesn't happen. Fourth is whatever job they'd gone to do in the Oklong NSCN camp must be completed. We cannot allow the mob violence to dominate what our job is. And fifthly, there are three issues here. The Ceasefire Monitoring Board looks only at the Naga camps, the 16 camps of the NSCN in Nagaland, can also talk to the NSCN leadership and tell them that this must stop immediately. This violence must stop immediately. We should not allow this violence to happen. We cannot keep blaming a splinter group of the NSCN like what happened in Ukhrul or what happened, what might happen again, because everyone can say this is a splinter group, it's not us, it's nothing to do with us. No, the NSCN is a cohesive group and must be blamed for this kind of violence. And talks must be ensured to make sure they understand that this also will matter to the larger ceasefire. Secondly, the larger Baptist groups, the larger church groups, the larger Naga society groups, all must be contacted immediately and told this violence has to stop. The people have to understand that the Assam Rifles will continue doing its job. It will not be deterred by this violence. And the next time, we will use more lethal force and more people will die. This time, as you saw, nobody died. So obviously, the Assam Rifles was very restrained.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for joining and your in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in Manipur and specifically about this specific incident. The MOD has also taken cognizance of the matter, sir. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Republic has accessed an exclusive video that raises serious national security concerns. The footage allegedly shows Haris Dar, a Lashkar-e-Taiba operative, training terrorists while invoking the India-Pakistan water dispute. Now, recorded near a swimming pool, the video contains direct references to a possible confrontation in 2026 and threats linked to the Indus Waters Treaty. The visuals once again raise troubling questions over the nexus between Pakistan-based terror groups and the Pakistani establishment, and whether terrorism is once again being promoted from Pakistan, which is usually the case. And let's go across, because this was recorded near a swimming pool. The video contains direct references to possible confrontation in 26 and threats linked to the Indus Waters Treaty. Let's go across to the report.
Is Pakistan preparing to turn the water dispute into another front of terror? Republic has accessed an exclusive video showing Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives Haris Dar training terrorists. Haris Dar is seen addressing a gathering alongside members to be linked to the Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. During the training session, the Lashkar operative warns that something may happen in 2026, hinting at a possible escalation this year. While referring to the Mangla Dam, the terrorist declares, "If you stop our waters, we will stop your breathing."
हालात बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह। आइंदा आने वाला जो वक्त है, आपने ये पानी की तैयारी की है। आपको पता है हमारे पानी का मसला क्या है कि पीछे इंडिया बैठा है, और आप माशाल्लाह सुन रहे हैं हमारे वजीर और इन सब ने क्या कहा है, तुम्हारा पानी बंद करेगा, हम उसकी सांस बंद कर देंगे। इस साल 2026 में, मेरी बात सुन लें, 2026 में ना पानी के मसले पे कुछ हो जाना है, ठीक है। इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ताला ना बहुत ही हमें आजादियां गल्बे फतूहात देगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं, तो तैयारी जरूरी है कि नहीं है, ठीक है। तो जमात के साथ जुड़ के हर बंदा नज़म का हिस्सा बने।
The video appears to directly link terror threats with the Indus waters issue, raising serious security concerns. It also exposes the continuing nexus between Pakistan terror outfits and the Pakistani government, with the US designated terrorist Haristar operating openly. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, holding Pakistan accountable for cross-border terrorism. The move has put Pakistan under pressure, Islamabad repeatedly raising the issue on international platforms. Responding to Republic, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated its position. Pakistan must irreversibly and credibly end its support for cross-border terrorism. The exclusive video once again raises a critical question. Is Pakistan using terrorism as a response to diplomatic pressure? And does this footage serve as an early warning of a larger security threat that India cannot afford to ignore?
All right, viewers, let's go across to a big breaking news development that we're getting, and this is from POK. Breaking news coming in from POK. Sources report that peaceful protesters are being shot at by Pakistani security forces for demanding their basic rights. The situation on ground is described as dire. Food, clean water, electricity and internet services have reportedly been cut off, leaving people in an extremely difficult situation. Now, meanwhile, a night vigil of the public surge was held during ongoing protests in POK. Organizers say today this public surge will march to Muzaffarabad in protest against government policies and what they call bloody actions. Now, reports suggest the Pakistan Army and government are in a state of panic ahead of the march. So today is the big day in POK, where there's a march that is going to happen, and we're getting latest updates in this because there seems to be a crackdown by the cruel Pakistani forces, the cruel Pakistani armed forces, the Pak Rangers, who are shooting at innocent protesters. That's what we are getting today.
आज 1 महीने से ज्यादा हो चुका है। अब अपने बुनियादी हुकूक की खातिर, अपनी नस्लों की बका की खातिर और अपनी शनाख्त की खातिर सरापा एहतजाज है। मुजफ्फराबाद में बैठे वो नाम निहाल हुक्मरान हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए हर मुमकिन कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बैरूनी फोर्सेस मंगवा रहे हैं, कत्ले आम कर रहे हैं, बेशुमार नौजवानों को शहीद कर रहे हैं। क्या वो 2 साल की बच्ची भी दहशतगर्द थी? नहीं, ये बैरूनी फोर्सेस, ये FCPC और ये रेंजर्स दहशतगर्द हैं, जिन्हें हमें मारने के लिए, हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए बुलाया गया है। मैं तमाम ह्यूमन राइट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि वो आए और हमारे ऊपर जो जुल्म हो रहा है उसको देखें। मैं इंटरनेशनल मीडिया, अल जजीरा, BBC, CNN से गुजारिश करती हूँ।
मेरा कश्मीर आज के दिन लहू लुहान है, बेशुमार शहादतें और बेशुमार बुरी खबरें, और आज की रात भी बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है उस हवाले से कि इन ज़ालिमों का कोई पता नहीं है कि हम लोगों को कब ये शहीद कर देंगे, कब मार देंगे। बेशुमार नौजवानों को आज शहीद कर दिया गया। कोई 8-10 की इतला तो हमारे पास पहुंची है, लेकिन कंफर्म नंबर नहीं पहुंच सके कि कितने जो है लोग जो है वो शहीद हो चुके हैं। आम आवाम के ऊपर, निहत्ती आवाम के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं और हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रहे हैं। दूसरी चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि पर्सनली जो चीज़ें मैं इस टाइम पे फेस फेस कर रहा हूँ। शायद इतना मुश्किल टाइम मैंने ज़िंदगी में कभी फेस ना किया हो, लेकिन मैं खुद डिस्कस नहीं कर रहा इस वक्त के मुश्किलात में ऑलरेडी बहुत ज़्यादा इजाफा है। बहरहाल दूसरी ये चीज़ है कि एक बहन का पिछले दिनों में ख़त यहाँ पे उमर नज़ीर साहब ने पढ़ा था, जिस बहन के भाई को शहीद किया गया था, और उस बहन का आज जो है वो शोहर, उसको भी शहीद कर दिया गया, और ये दोनों इकलौते भाई थे अपनी पूरी फैमिली के। तो हालात दिन ब दिन बहुत ख़राब हो रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट वो एग्रीमेंट जिसके ऊपर इन्होंने साइन किया हुआ था, वो एग्रीमेंट गवर्नमेंट उस एग्रीमेंट को उसके ऊपर अमल करने के बजाय जब लेट हो गई, ताख़ीर हो गई, मामलात ख़राब इनके हाथ से खुद हुए, तो अब अपने वादे और उन चीज़ों के ऊपर पर्दा डालने के लिए लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं। हमने मासूम बच्चों को आपको दिखाया। कल का जो दिन है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कल हम यहाँ से आगे मुजफ्फराबाद की तरफ लॉन्ग मार्च करेंगे। दिन 11 बजे के वक्त दिया गया है कि 11 बजे हर बंदा जो है वो ईदगाह ग्राउंड में पहुँच जाए, और फिर यहाँ से आगे इंशाल्लाह मार्च होगा।
मेरी आप सबसे गुजारिश है, हमें कल भी रोका जा रहा था कि आप धरने में ना जाए। एक्शन कमेटी ने ऐसा क्या गलत किया? वो तो हमारे अवाम के हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे, और वो कह रहे खबरों में कह रहे हैं, और धरने यहाँ तक रेंजर्स भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर जो लड़के हो, जो बच्चे एक्शन कमेटी में आए हुए, अगर वो पीछे ना गए, उनके पेफॉर्म्स नहीं माने जाएंगे, उनकी चीजें नहीं मानी जाएंगी, उनके शनाख्ती कार्ड नहीं मानेंगे। ये पेफॉर्म है हमारे। अगर हमारे पेफॉर्म नहीं माने जाएंगे, चाहे आप लोग के पेफॉर्म अपनी मर्जी से जिया, हमें आपके पेफॉर्म्स की भी जरूरत नहीं है। और मेरी आप सब पाकिस्तानी अवाम से गुजारिश है कि हमारे साथ खड़े हो, हमें हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे हैं। क्यों आप लोग पीछे खड़े? हमारे साथ अल्लाह खड़ा है, प्लीज हमारा साथ दें।
Now, in a most headline-setting interaction with UP Chief Minister at the Republic UP Summit, Yogi gives a hard-hitting response to critics, says those who looted when in power have no right to criticize.
ये हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी, और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है, और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए, और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं, और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं, और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों के द्वारा ये प्रश्न आज उठाए जा रहे हैं, और इसीलिए आज के इस अवसर पर मैं रिपब्लिक भारत के सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध करूंगा, हम उस मानसिकता को समझें जिनके लिए राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि नहीं है, और जो लोग गाए बगाहे उन मूल्यों पर, उन मुद्दों को भटकाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जो मुद्दे देश की अस्मिता और देश की आस्था को आहत करते हैं। और यह कार्य निरंतर हो रहा है, यह प्रहार निरंतर हो रहा है, उस पर हमें सजग होना होगा। यूपी की जो यात्रा है, ये जो कुछ भी हमने तय किया है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप के कारण यह संभव हो पाया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का नेतृत्व मिला, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला, हर एक क्षेत्र में यूपी ने सफलता प्राप्त की है। और ये जो कुछ भी यूपी ने अचीव किया, यानी बॉटम 3 से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में यूपी का आना, और आगे की जो सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में यूपी का ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, यह विकसित भारत की उस आधारशिला को बनने का है, जिसमें अब बीमारूपन से नहीं बल्कि भारत की इकोनॉमी के एक ब्रेक थ्रू के रूप में यूपी अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करेगा। और इस जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करने के लिए आज ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ कार्य करेगी। मैं रिपब्लिक भारत को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं और विश्वास करता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं, यूपी के बारे में जो उनकी मान्यता है उसको यूपी गवर्नमेंट और डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरी मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करेगी। मैं एक बार फिर से श्री गोस्वामी जी को और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक SIT उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न
All right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's go across to a top story that we are tracking. Now, as tensions continue to escalate in West Asia, India has sent its strongest message yet. New Delhi has condemned the attack on commercial vessels, demanded safe and uninterrupted navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, and urged Iran and its adversaries to immediately de-escalate. Now, India has also lodged a strong protest with Tehran after an Indian national was killed and several others were injured in the attacks. Here's a full report. India has unequivocally condemned the attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, calling for the immediate restoration of safe and uninterrupted maritime navigation. MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal confirmed that India summoned Iran's deputy chief of mission while also emphasizing the security of international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
We strongly condemned what has happened. We lost a precious Indian life, and there are several Indian nationals who have been injured, and a couple of them are also seriously injured. So we conveyed our strongest protest with the Iranian side on this particular matter, that these attacks, which we condemn, and take the path of dialogue and diplomacy so that peace and stability can be ensured in West Asia.
New Delhi has now fully stressed that dialogue and diplomacy remain the only sustainable path to restoring peace, stability and security in West Asia. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati Police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again. And we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background. And they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US-designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan. And he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla Dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says, something bigger is going to happen in 2026. That's the video of him on the right, where he says something big is going to happen over the water issue in 2026. Then he's parroting the line of the Pakistani government. Remember, the man on the right is not just any fanatic. He's a US designated, very well-known Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, training what is being called as a water force and preparing them to attack India from a new front. And he's saying repeatedly that 2026 something big is coming. Therefore, this is clear proof that Pakistan is intending to carry out terrorism, targeting India's water resources and water storage. That is an absolutely logical conclusion that we can draw from that footage out there. Let me give you a few names to truly hammer in how dangerous the situation is. Sajid Mir, Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, Dawood Ibrahim. History is repeating itself in the most dangerous way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, do not ignore what is being done today. Remember the words of Pakistani Army Chief Asif Munir before Pahalgam when he said Kashmir is our jugular vein. Then the DG ISPR said, block our water and we will choke you. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, what the Climate Minister of Pakistan said, we'll chop off hands if you cut our water. And then what Hafiz Saeed said, that if you stop our water, we will stop your breath. Now, Bilawal and Ishaq Dar are crying victims at international seminars, but we have proof before you that their terrorists, their official terrorists, are being trained.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very, very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Now we see India has made it very clear that Pakistan should be held accountable for the protest in POK, saying that whatever is happening in POK, it is Pakistan's fault. India putting that message across. We'll get you all those updates and a lot more here. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines that we're tracking right now. Tensions grip Manipur after mob attack forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks. Assam Rifles vehicles, Senapati police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on an 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. And Delhi police arrest 2 law students for misconduct before CGI in the Supreme Court. Hello viewers, let's start with the top story coming in and we go across to what is happening in Rawalakot where thousands are preparing to march ahead, going ahead and talking about their rights. Yes, we're talking about POK viewers. Rawalakot, thousands in number begin arriving in historic long march to Muzaffarabad viewers. And like we told you, is that this is coming after India has made it very clear that the ongoing protests in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir are the result of Pakistan's decades-long systemic exploitation and denial of fundamental rights. On the other hand, protesters are preparing for the march today and they are not giving up. We have seen a lot of leaders, POK leaders, specifically the JAAC, have made it very, very clear that they will continue their agitation till they get justice. A lot of these peaceful protesters have been fired upon as well by Pakistani forces. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
ना सिर्फ पाकिस्तान को बल्कि पूरी दुनिया को ये पैगाम देना चाहती हूँ कि हुकूमत पाकिस्तान ने ये हमें दहशतगर्द और कलअदम करार देती है और क्योंकि हम 1 महीने से इधर बैठे हैं, हमारा एहतजाज चल रहा है और ये कह रहे हैं दहशतगर्द क्या तालीम मांगते, क्या अपनी क्या मियारी तालीम मांगते, क्या अस्पताल मांगते, दहशतगर्द तो क्लैशनकोफ मांगते, पिस्तौल मांगते, असला बारूद मांगते। मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि क्यों पाकिस्तानी मीडिया क्यों बिल्कुल खामोश है ना, उल्टी खंग है, बिल्कुल हमारा नाम ही नहीं ले रही और जब भी लेती है तो कहते हैं दहशतगर्द है, कश्मीर में दहशतगर्द है। और यही कहना चाहूंगी कि अगर हम दहशतगर्द होते तो ये लाखों के मजमे में लोग और लड़कियां, ये खवातीन अपने गोद वाले बच्चे को इधर लेके आती, ये कोई दहशतगर्द है, आके प्लीज चेक कर दिया जाए। और मैं क्योंकि मेरे पिछले इंटरव्यू में भी यही बोला था कि हामिद मीर और मिस्टर हामिद मीर आए स्टेप ले, वो ये क्योंकि मिस्टर हामिद मीर जियो न्यूज़ एंकर, क्योंकि वो हमेशा कश्मीरियों की आवाज बने और वो हमेशा हर वक्त कश्मीरियों की आवाज बने। उठो लोगों, बगावत से क़यामत का समा कर दो कि ये खामोश रहने की आदत तुम्हें मार डाले। रियासत कर बचानी है, सियासत छीन लो इनसे, रियासत कर बचानी है, सियासत छीन लो इनसे, वरना इस रियासत को ये सियासत मार डाले। आज मैं आप सबको बेखौफ होकर देखूं, मुझे आतिफ जलसे से इनकलाब की बू आती है, वो इनकलाब जिसका ख्वाब हमारे शहीदों ने देखा था, वो इनकलाब जिसके लिए हमारी माएं मुद्दा तड़प रही हैं, वो इनकलाब आज मुझे जलसे में नजर आ रहा है। ये पाकिस्तान की हुकूमत फोर्सेस, इन्होंने हमारे लोगों में सिर्फ खूनमारी की और इनमें सिर्फ खौफ फैलाने की कोशिश की। लेकिन याद है जब कश्मीरियों की तारीख लिखी जाएगी तब तारीख के सफ़ों में यह भी लिखा जाएगा कि कश्मीरियों की इतनी बहादुर नौजवान नस्ल थी जिसने खौफ और मौत को पीछे छोड़ दिया और अपनी रियासत के सामने निहत्थे खड़े हो गए। इरादे जिनके पुख्ता हो, नजर जिनकी खुदा पे हो, इरादे जिनके पुख्ता हो, नजर जिनकी खुदा पे हो, जरा तुम है मौजूद से वो घबराया नहीं करते।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Goswami joining us. Goswami, the march is coming just after the JAAC said that they have an ultimatum. Now, the ultimatum has expired to Pakistan. We also heard many young protesters, they're very young children, school-going children who are also joining in, and they're very clear about what they want. They want justice. Yes, Goswami.
One thing is very clear, from 8 to 80 people are on the streets of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and one message that these protesters have sent, that they have chosen a terror group that was declared as one of the groups that is spreading terrorist by Pakistan federal government and the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir over the Pakistani establishment. The message is very loud and clear. The people of POJK have told Pakistan that those who you call a terror group is way better than your army, your establishment, your puppet government that has been installed, because the people are now rallying behind the Joint Awami Action Committee, despite the fact that top leadership, several of the top leaders have been arrested, despite the fact that there have been sanctions that have been put on by the Pakistani federal government on the Joint Awami Action leadership, despite the fact that the people know that when they stand in line with the Joint Awami Action Committee, they are going to face the heat of the federal atrocities. The people have decided to go by what the Joint Awami Action Committee says, because the people of Pakistan have understood that this thing has now moved beyond the basic rights, calling for not only their that is the subsidized electricity and food items, but this is for their rights, the democratic rights, because what has been happening for last 7.5 decades, that they were subjected to be ruled by those who have been selected, not elected by the Pakistani federal government. What used to happen in POJK, that the elections that take place, in the elections there are the nominees that comes from the elected representatives, and the other 12 that are selected by the Pakistani federal government, not from POJK. Those who have no accountability to the people of POJK, they get elected to the assemblies of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and then whatever Pakistani federal government wants them to do, they do. Whenever the federal government wanted to dislodge a government in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, these 12 puppets, the member of the National Assembly, they become their tools, and these tools were used to dislodge the government or to implement whatsoever they want on the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this time the people have moved beyond the subsidized electricity, subsidized ration, and they are asking for their democratic rights, and that is why the Pakistani federal government is irked with it. The atrocities that are being committed upon the people of POJK, it is only because of this reason, because the people have asked for their democratic rights. All the attempts to muzzle the voice, be it the arrest of Shaukat Nawaz or killing of more than 70 civilians in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in a span of last 40 days, all have failed, and now the people have decided that they will be rallying behind the Joint Awami Action Committee's leadership. The leadership has made it amply clear. Men will walk towards Muzaffarabad, women and children will have sit-in in Rawalakot. This sit-in in Rawalakot has become a nightmare for Asim Munir and his government backed by Shehbaz Sharif. All of them has made it amply clear that the leadership of the Joint Awami Action Committee, that there will be no talks that will be taking place on the
I
terms
really want
that
you to
they
hold
first
on for a
outlined
second
the
there. I
Dharna.
really want you to hold on for a second. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's take our viewers to latest coming in. Okay, viewers, getting some breaking news. Pakistani politicians are exposing the Pakistani army, and they are saying that Pakistan has lost control of its own regions, making it very clear. It is not just POK that they're losing control over. They've lost control over Khyber, Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. In fact, the JUI chief Fazl-ur-Rahman dares Pakistan army to come out and contest elections if they want to rule. And Fazl-ur-Rahman says Pakistan army wants them to raise Lashkar and take up arms, but they will not. Maulana Fazl-ur-Rahman says Pakistan army puts burden of their own deaths to civilians. They take money from our taxes for the same. We are getting some reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and play them out.
उजड़ रहा है खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में आज कोई हुकूमत नहीं है और मैं वहां से आया हूं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं पंजाब के लोगों कि मगरिब का सूरज गुरूब होने के बाद सुबह सूरज के तुलू होने तक पुलिस अपने थाने से बाहर नहीं आती, और जब पुलिस थाने से बाहर नहीं आएगी तो फिर सड़कें मुसल्लह गिरोहों के सपुर्द होंगी, फिर सड़कें और रास्ते डाकुओं के रहमो करम पर होंगे। आपकी हाकिमियत को मैं अपने सूबे में जानता हूं। तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है, तुम सिर्फ दारुल हुकूमतों में अपने बड़े बड़े बंगलों के अंदर बैठे हुए हो, टांग पे टांग डालकर समझते हो कि हम हुक्मरान हैं। कम से कम मेरे सूबे में तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है। बलोचिस्तान में, बलोच इलाकों में बगावतें थी। पूरा बलोच इलाका पाकिस्तान के इख्तियार से निकल चुका था। आज भी वहां पर पाकिस्तान हुकूमत की कोई रिट मौजूद नहीं है। लेकिन हम तो बलोच इलाके को रो रहे थे, अब तो पश्तून इलाका भी खून में नहा रहा है। पश्तून इलाके में हमने 2-3 दिन के अंदर 50 से ज्यादा लाशें वसूल की हैं। हमने बाजारों में एक ही काम किया कि अपने प्यारों के लिए कफन खरीद सकें। फिर कहते हैं हमारे जवान भी तो शहीद हो रहे हैं। ओ बाबा, तेरे जवानों ने पेटी इसीलिए बांधी है, तनख्वाह इसी के ले रहे हैं कि उसने मुल्क की सलामती के लिए लड़ना है। तुम अपने खून का मेरे ऊपर क्या एहसान डालते हो? तुम मेरे खून पसीने के टैक्स से इसी बात की नहीं तो तनख्वाह ले रहे हो, लेकिन हमें कहते हो कि तुम लश्कर निकालो, तुम असलहा लेकर मुसल्लह गिरोहों के खिलाफ लड़ो। मैंने कोई तनख्वाह नहीं ली, मैं कोई लश्कर नहीं बनाऊंगा। तुम चले जाओगे, तुम मेरी सरजमीन को आने वाली नस्लों तक जाती दुश्मनियों की तरफ धकेल रहे हो।
All right, let's go straight across back to Goswami. Goswami, coming back to you. Pakistani politician exposing the Pakistani army, and they're saying that this is not the first time that Pakistan army has no clue about what's happening. There are 2 other regions which are absolutely out of control.
See, but that's very clear, and that is not what me and you have been saying for long. This is Maulana Fazlur Rahman, one of the senior most leaders and the Jamaat-e-Islami leader. He has made it very clear that Pakistan has completely lost the control not only over the Balochistan that has happened for a long back ago, but also the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. He said that now the situation is that the policemen do not dare to actually step out of the police stations after the sunset, and since the sun comes again next morning. So he has said that this is the state of affairs. And also one more thing that he has said, that the Pakistani federal government wants them to become Lashkar, to take weapons in their hands. But the reality is that they do not want to do that anymore. They cannot be the cannon fodder for those who are against the government. Reason being what he has said, that the Pakistani army, they have completely failed. Pakistani army is trying to put the onus of their own killings, that is the soldiers that are getting killed in the firing with the rebel groups. They are trying to put the onus on the civilians. But he said that you are taking the salary from our taxes. You have chosen to actually safeguard us. So don't try to put this all onus on us. And apart from that, one most important thing that Maulana Fazlur Rahman has said, he said that the army wants to control the rule over the country, but he has dared army to actually put their dress off, put their uniforms off, and then come before the people. That is to choose the path of election. He has dared army that if they want to rule or to dislodge any government, they should not use their worthy to do that, but rather they should go to the people, and then it is for the people to decide whether they want army to rule themselves or not.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. Good someone getting us the top updates coming in as the POK protesters continue their march to go ahead and ask for justice. They will not stop, they say. But I have to move ahead, viewers. Getting some more updates coming in. A proud moment for the Indian diaspora. NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has successfully lifted off aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft for his maiden mission to the International Space Station. Menon will spend nearly 8 months in orbit conducting critical scientific research and tech demonstrations aboard the ISS. Take a look.
NASA astronaut of Indian origin Anil Menon has embarked on his first journey into space aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft. The spacecraft lifted off from Kazakhstan carrying Menon alongside other Russian astronauts. After the launch, Soyuz successfully entered the orbit and is scheduled to dock within the International Space Station just hours later. The 3-member crew will spend around 8 months aboard the ISS as a part of Expeditions 74 and 75. Menon brings with him an extraordinary background as an emergency medicine physician, aerospace medicine specialist, and US Space Force colonel. During the mission, Anil Menon will conduct scientific experiments, medical research, technology demonstration aimed at supporting future deep space exploration. A physician, engineer, and former SpaceX flight surgeon, Menon joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2021 and is now making his maiden space flight. His mission also highlights continued cooperation between NASA and Russia's Roscosmos on the International Space Station despite wider geopolitical tensions. For millions of Indians around the world, Anil Menon's journey marks yet another milestone in growing global contribution of people of Indian origin to the space exploration.
That orbital insertion, the engineers. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in right now. This is in connection with the Bageshwar Dham chief's brother accused of firing an assault over land dispute in MP's Chhatarpur. Republic has accessed the FIR copy case of attempted to murder registered against all accused, including Shaligram Garg. Let's give you context. This is a major controversy which we had told you about yesterday. It erupted after the brother of Bageshwar Dham was the chief there was accused in a shooting incident allegedly linked to a land dispute. The incident has triggered a huge row. A lot of reactions are coming in, raising questions over the circumstances surrounding the clash. Republic has accessed the FIR copy in this case to understand what's exactly inside that FIR copy, so we get a look into the allegations and which sections that the brother has been booked under. Shivam is joining us. Shivam, yes, take our viewers through the FIR copy, Shivam.
Yes, Shivangi, I have the FIR copy in my hand, and this is the FIR copy. And let me go across to the sections first, and then I will ask my cameraman to zoom. Not now. Let's wait, because the sections that have been put here are the section 109 of the BNS and section 296 of the BNS and section 3.5 of the BNS and also 351.3 of the BNS 2023. Now, clearly, let's go across to the other pages of the FIR, and I'll ask my cameraman to zoom, because here clearly, let's go across to this. I'll ask my cameraman to focus on this only for a short while so that we can understand the story. The name has clearly been mentioned, the Shaligram Garg, the Chote Sarkar. That is Chote Sarkar in this case. This has been clearly mentioned in this FIR copy that we have accessed, that Republic has accessed. And it's a Shaligram Garg which has been named, and Ankit Mishra which has been named, Satish Ghoshi which has been named in this FIR copy. And the reason for delay in report by the complainant has also been informed in this case. It has been written because he was injured, that is घायल होने की वजह से जिला अस्पताल में इलाज को गए. That is the reason that there has been a delay in the FIR that was lodged. Now, what is the reason? The particular of properties of interest, and that also has to be mentioned. So basically, the attack and the FIR, the complaint also we have, and it mentions why an FIR is being registered against the mentioned person. But however, even after the FIR has been registered, there seems to be a delay in action by the police, possibly because of the influence, because it comes as a high-profile case. Now, we have the FIR copy and the person who have been named in this case also, but we'll have to wait for action in this case, because action is not happening at the pace as it should have been, because he shot at him, he was seriously injured, and it seems to be a property dispute in this case. However, no action has been taken as of yet. Shivangi, over to you.
Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Shivam. I will be coming back to you for more. Republic has accessed the FIR copy, attempted murder case registered against the accused in this case. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. We'll talk about what is happening in the Middle East, West Asia region, where US has once again launched more strikes. According to the latest coming in, massive plumes of smoke were seen as US strike hits Iranian port of Chabahar. And we'll put out some pictures as well coming in for you. This is coming after US has reinforced its naval blockade of Iranian ports. According to the US military statement, the US military said Iran has struck 7 commercial ships in the last week. US launches one more night of strikes against Iran as attacks were also reported across the region. footage on your screen. Some of this footage is coming in, showing the latest strikes, latest updates for our viewers. And the US once again warning President Trump renewed his threat to bomb Iranian civilian infrastructure unless Tehran returns to the negotiating table. Trump has said US strikes on Iran will continue until I say it is enough. That's a quote coming in from Donald Trump, US President. On your screens, viewers, you can see this is Chabahar port and in Iran, and that is being that's been a couple of times been struck by US. One of the key areas at Iran's port is a key area which is being struck by United States multiple times. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. In a most headline-setting speech of UP CM at Republic UP Summit, CM Yogi Adityanath gives a hard-hitting response to critics, saying those who looted when in power have absolutely no right to criticize. Take a look.
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक SIT उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों के द्वारा ये प्रश्न आज उठाए जा रहे हैं और इसीलिए आज के इस अवसर पर मैं रिपब्लिक भारत के सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध करूंगा, हम उस मानसिकता को समझें जिनके लिए राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि नहीं है और जो लोग गाए बगाहे उन मूल्यों पर, उन मुद्दों को भटकाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जो मुद्दे देश की अस्मिता और देश की आस्था को आहत करते हैं। और यह कार्य निरंतर हो रहा है, यह प्रहार निरंतर हो रहा है, उस पर हमें सजग होना होगा। यूपी की जो यात्रा है, ये जो कुछ भी हमने तय किया है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप के कारण यह संभव हो पाया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का नेतृत्व मिला, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला, हर एक क्षेत्र में यूपी ने सफलता प्राप्त की है और ये जो कुछ भी यूपी ने अचीव किया, यानी बॉटम 3 से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में यूपी का आना और आगे की जो सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में यूपी का ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, यह विकसित भारत की उस आधारशिला को बनने का है जिसमें अब बीमारूपन से नहीं बल्कि भारत की इकोनॉमी के एक ब्रेक थ्रू के रूप में यूपी अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करेगा और इस जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करने के लिए आज ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ कार्य करेगी। मैं रिपब्लिक भारत को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं और विश्वास करता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं, यूपी के बारे में जो उनकी मान्यता है उसको यूपी गवर्नमेंट और डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरी मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करेगी। मैं एक बार फिर से श्री गोस्वामी जी को और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
We were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacked Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. One of the top stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने
Welcome back, viewers. The West Asia conflict has entered another dangerous phase. The US has launched a fresh round of strike on Iran, saying the attacks are aimed at degrading Tehran's strike capabilities. Take a look.
The United States has launched a fresh wave of strikes on Iranian targets, with Washington saying the attacks are intended to weaken Iran's ability to carry out further missile and drone strikes. The strikes come just ahead of an unexpected naval blockade around Iran, further raising tensions in the Gulf. Iran has responded by announcing the third phase of Operation Nasser 2. IRGC claims its drones targeted enemy warehouses at Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain and the MQ-9 drone ramp at Ali Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait. With fresh US strikes expanding Iranian retaliation and active fighting, fears of a wider regional conflict continue to grow, with global shipping routes and oil supplies now under increasing threat.
Viewers, much coming up. Tensions grip Manipur after mob attack. Forces camp in Manipur, Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again, and we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background. And they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US-designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan, and he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says something big.
Welcome back, viewers. At a time when defense is the focus of the entire world, Republic brings you the marquee defense event of the year. Republic Defense Forces First Conclave this Saturday, July 18th, in the heart of the national capital, New Delhi. Republic hosts the biggest defense thought leadership gathering the country has seen. A historic meet where the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy come together with the scientists of the DRDO and the leaders of India's defense industry, all on one stage, as the world watches as global power equations shift and as India's defense capabilities come under the spotlight like never before. Republic asks the question that matters the most. Has Bharat truly emerged as the world's defense powerhouse? Top military commanders, policymakers, defense startups, global giants, industry stalwarts will come together to decode India's defense strategy, its indigenous capabilities and its road ahead on the global stage. This Saturday, July 18th, only on Republic, witness Bharat, the defense powerhouse. It's time for the headlines. Tensions grip Manipur after mob attack forces camp in Manipur, Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati police CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Protest against Pakistan intensified. POK with movement. Leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on an 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Delhi police arrest 2 law students for misconduct before CGI in Supreme Court. Hello viewers, the tensions gripped Senapati town in Manipur on Tuesday night after an unruly crowd mob resorted to pelting stones, arson and vandalism against the Assam Rifles camp on the night between 14th and 15th July. We have tracked the story very closely as tensions escalated around 9 p.m. on a large crowd gathering in the Senapati town prepared to march toward Assam Rifles camp. While retreating, a section of the mob vandalized and damaged Assam Rifles vehicle. 1 light vehicle was set on fire, ablaze, while 2 trucks were overturned and damaged. A civil car was also reportedly burned during the violence. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burned down. Assam Rifles fired live rounds to disperse the crowd who targeted to storm. The plan was to storm the Assam Rifles camp. Regarding the presence of armed cadres, an area domination patrol and search operation was launched by the Assam Rifles. Through the coordinated efforts of the security forces, Manipur police, CRPF personnel, the situation was brought under control. The crowd fully dispersed by midnight. Situation in Senapati is largely peaceful and under control. No injuries or casualties were sustained by the local population or the security force personnel. Okay. Let's go across to my colleagues who are joining us, being joined by Johnson and Lenthoy. Both of them are joining us live. Let's go to Johnson first. Johnson, we know the massive joint operation is underway right now in multiple areas. Just help our viewers understand what that is looking like.
Yes, Shivangi. As of now, the current situation in Senapati is very tense. Even though the mob has been controlled through the midnight, the proposed plan for operation that has been conducted by the Assam Rifles towards the NSCN camp, which is located at one of the Oklong village jurisdiction at Huthrong Brigade. The only designated camp of the NSCN IM. We can recall that this NSCN IM is one of the armed group which is under peace talk with the government of India. So basically, yesterday, based on the intelligence, the Assam Rifles, they have, after giving a formal information to the Peace Monitoring Committee, so as per the report, they have went towards this designated camp, getting the report that some of the armed cadres are moving down, roaming on roads by holding arms, which is beyond the ground rules. So, but even though this report is from the Ministry from PRO Defense, local sources says that this report is baseless, and there is no report of armed cadres moving freely around this camp, holding arms and all. So throughout the midnight, the tents erupted in Senapati town, main town, where the protesters stormed towards the district administration office, not targeting the district administration office, but the Assam Rifle camp, Assam Rifle duty outpost, which is stationed just above the administration office. In the very tension that escalated throughout the midnight, the security forces fired multiple live rounds and even fired tear gas to disperse the crowd. And also, as of now, there are no reports of injuries. Not only in this area, Assam Rifles, jointly coordinated by various security agencies, state forces, are going on mass combing operations in various locations to curb to areas and to nab all those culprits involved in the ambush that has been carried out in Assam Rifle on various days. And recently, yesterday, the Manipur Police Department have also issued a press statement that the security operation could lead to arrest of detention of 3 personnel who are accused to be involved in the recent ambush that has been carried out on 6th July, which resulted in the killing of 2 Assam Rifle personnel of the 40 AR. So not only this, various locations are still under operation by the security forces, not only the Assam Rifle, but also the CRPF, and also the Cobra team and various security agencies to arrest all those culprits, to maintain peace and to bring a long-lasting solution in Manipur. Back to you, Shivang.
Yes, I also want to go to Lenthoy as well, who's joining us. Lenthoy, we are putting our pictures on the screen for our viewers so they have an idea about what happened late at night. So stones were thrown, vehicles were torched as well. If you could just take our viewers through the sequence of events which led to those pictures that our viewers are seeing right now.
Just Shivangi, yesterday, like out of nowhere, thousands of the protesters stormed towards the Assam Rifles camp, which was located near the Oklong at Oklong village. They started, vandalizing all the things that are belonging to the Assam Rifles. They also vandalized the truck of Assam Rifles and also set fire to 2 gypsies, including one, along with one private vehicle. So, the Defense Ministry also said that, the armed cadres were moving outside designated camps, carrying weapons and wearing uniforms, and also, which according to the Assam Rifles amounted to violations of the ceasefire ground rules. So this is the sequence of the violence that has been occurring in Manipur right now. And right now the situation in Senapati district is peaceful, and the security forces are closely monitoring the situation in Senapati. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, well, thank you both our reporters for joining us live on this developing story. The situation is under control, like the reporters are telling us, but we will be tracking the story very closely. I have to move ahead, viewers, getting some more updates coming in. 3 police, including a prison warden, arrested after a man died in custody. The post-mortem of 35-year-old Sabari Varman revealed that he sustained 19 injuries in the body, including broken arms, shoulder and wrist, and heavy blow towards chest and head. He was under trial for a Gutka case in the sub-jail in Kanyakumari district. The family of the accused stated that the police's custodial violence and political had also led to the murder, and now a political storm has been built. The opposition DMK has strong opinion on Vijay's TVK, saying that keeping police under CM protection is the reason why this happened. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. This is another story which has really led to a political row. And for more, let's go straight across to my colleague who is joining us right now. Yes, Sharda, if you could just tell our viewers a little bit more about this big development coming in. Because Sabari Varman was arrested on July 9th on allegations of selling gutka. And following a medical examination, he was lodged as an under-trial prisoner at the sub-jail.
Well, a 35-year-old running a grocery shop in Nagarkoil was arrested in the Kanyakumari district under the pretense of selling banned gutka items in the state of Tamil Nadu. The police who had arrested him kept in the Nagarkoil sub-jail under the judicial custody. Now, following that, when the court had called for a magistrate inquiry, there was no bodily representation of the wounds on him, for which continuously the police custody was given over in the prison. Following that, it was also stated that the police had beaten him up for the gutka scam case that's filed against him to get the information as to where did he buy and source the gutka from, which is a prohibited item in the state. Following that, on 13th of July, he was brought to the hospital dead under police custody after beaten up by the police. So this tragedy has come out, given a huge political storm in the state of Tamil Nadu. The DMK questions the TVK, asking why is the TVK government being silent on the custodial death that's happening in the state of Tamil Nadu, and why would a person who's selling gutka not just be prisoned but be beaten up after the magistrate inquiry was done. So now the DMK questions the TVK on this particular custodial death. Now, the family of the 35-year-old grocery shoppers are now protesting outside the magistrate in the Nagarkoil district in Kanyakumari, asking why the police did have to take the law in their own hands without producing them in the court. Why would the police beat him up? So now the wife of the 35-year-old deceased questions the state government, asking if they would give proper punishment to the 3 policemen who are now arrested.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Sharda. I'll be coming back to you for more on this developing story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories tracking. Republic has accessed an exclusive video that raises serious national security concerns. The footage allegedly shows Harish Dar, a LET operative, training terrorists while invoking the India-Pakistan water dispute. Recorded near a swimming pool, the video contains direct reference to a possible confrontation in 2026 and threats linked to the Indus Waters Treaty. Take a look.
Is Pakistan preparing to turn the water dispute into another front of terror? Republic has accessed an exclusive video showing Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives Harish Dar training terrorists. Harish Dar is seen addressing a gathering alongside members to be linked to the Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. During the training session, the Lashkar operative warns that something may happen in 2026, hinting at a possible escalation this year. While referring to the Mangla Dam, the terrorist declares, "If you stop our waters, we will stop your breathing."
हालात बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं इंशाल्लाह। आइंदा आने वाला जो वक्त है, आपने ये पानी की तैयारी की है। आपको पता है हमारे पानी का मसला क्या है कि पीछे इंडिया बैठा है, और आप माशाल्लाह सुन रहे हैं हमारे वजीर और इन सब ने क्या कहा है, तुम्हारा पानी बंद करेगा, हम उसकी सांस बंद कर देंगे। इस साल 2026 में, मेरी बात सुन लें, 2026 में ना पानी के मसले पे कुछ हो जाना है, ठीक है। इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ताला ना बहुत ही हमें आजादियां, गलबे, फतूहात देगा इंशाल्लाह ताला। मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं, तो तैयारी जरूरी है कि नहीं है, ठीक है। तो जमात के साथ जुड़ के हर बंदा नज़म का हिस्सा बने।
The video appears to directly link terror threats with the Indus Waters issue, raising serious security concerns. It also exposes the continuing nexus between Pakistan terror outfits and the Pakistani government, with the US designated terrorist Harish Dar operating openly. India placed the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam terror attack, holding Pakistan accountable for cross-border terrorism. The move has put Pakistan under pressure Islamabad repeatedly raising the issue on international platforms. Responding to Republic, India's Ministry of External Affairs reiterated its position. Pakistan must irreversibly and credibly end its support for cross-border terrorism. The exclusive video once again raises a critical question. Is Pakistan using terrorism as a response to diplomatic pressure? And does this footage serve as an early warning of a larger security threat that India cannot afford to ignore?
Breaking news coming in from POK. Sources report that peaceful protesters are being shot by Pakistani security forces for demanding their basic rights. Situation on the ground is very, very dire. We've put out some pictures coming in for you. And food, clean water, electricity, internet services have been reportedly cut off for these people. So they are left in very, very extreme and difficult conditions. Meanwhile, thousands in number are beginning to arrive for the historic long march to Muzaffarabad. All right, let's put out some pictures coming in for our viewers. And in these pictures, you will see what is happening. And this is Rawalakot and POJK, where thousands are gathering for the march. This is a huge march, which is expected to draw large-scale participation from different districts. So you can clearly see that many have gathered. Okay, let's go straight to video 2. Video 2 shows a historic long march to Muzaffarabad. This is a very, very long march. The JAC has announced a march after expiry of its ultimatum to the Pakistan government. Let's put out video 3 for our viewers. Okay, so this is a massive protest against Assam Munir. We have seen the POK protesters have been asking for accountability from the Pakistan army. And even if they do that, we have seen Pakistan forces fire upon these protesters who are unarmed. Okay, let's go straight across to video 4. Massive uprising against the Pakistan government. The sheer number of protesters who have gathered is, as you can see very clearly, it's a big number. So, big number has gathered. And video 5 is protesters challenging the Pakistan army. They have said that after the expiry of the ultimatum, the protesters are demanding that if the arrested leaders and activists are not released, they will continue their agitation. And you can see that they have turned out in large numbers. Even though they are being mistreated by the Pakistan forces, they are in high spirits and they are very keen to get justice. We're getting a lot of reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
मेरा कश्मीर आज के दिन लहू लहान है, बेशुमार शहादतें और बेशुमार बुरी खबरें। और आज की रात भी बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है उस हवाले से कि इन ज़ालिमों का कोई पता नहीं है कि हम लोगों को कब ये शहीद कर देंगे, कब मार देंगे। बेशुमार नौजवानों को आज शहीद कर दिया गया। कोई 8-10 की इतला तो हमारे पास पहुंची है, लेकिन कंफर्म नंबर नहीं पहुंच सके कि कितने जो है लोग जो है वो शहीद हो चुके हैं। आम आवाम के ऊपर, निहत्ती आवाम के ऊपर गोलियाँ चलाई जा रही हैं और हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रहे हैं। दूसरी चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि पर्सनली जो चीज़ें मैं इस टाइम पे फेस कर रहा हूँ, शायद इतना मुश्किल टाइम मैंने ज़िंदगी में कभी फेस ना किया हो, लेकिन मैं खुद डिस्कस नहीं कर रहा इस वक्त के मुश्किलात में ऑलरेडी बहुत ज़्यादा इजाफा है। बहरहाल दूसरी ये चीज़ है कि एक बहन का पिछले दिनों में ख़त यहाँ पे उमर नज़ीर साहब ने पढ़ा था, जिस बहन के भाई को शहीद किया गया था और उस बहन का आज जो है वो शोहर, उसको भी शहीद कर दिया गया और ये दोनों इकलौते भाई थे अपनी पूरी फैमिली के। तो हालात दिन ब दिन बहुत ख़राब हो रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट वो एग्रीमेंट जिसके ऊपर इन्होंने साइन किया हुआ था, वो एग्रीमेंट गवर्नमेंट उस एग्रीमेंट को उसके ऊपर अमल करने के बजाय जब लेट हो गई, ताख़ीर हो गई, मामलात ख़राब इनके हाथ से खुद हुए, तो अब अपने वादे और उन चीज़ों के ऊपर पर्दा डालने के लिए लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं। हमने मासूम बच्चों को आपको दिखाया। कल का जो दिन है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कल हम यहाँ से आगे मुजफ्फराबाद की तरफ लॉन्ग मार्च करेंगे। दिन 11 बजे का वक्त दिया गया है कि 11 बजे हर बंदा जो है वो ईदगाह ग्राउंड में पहुँच जाए और फिर यहाँ से आगे इंशाल्लाह मार्च होगा।
आज एक महीने से
ज्यादा हो चुका है। अब अपने बुनियादी हुकूक की खातिर, अपनी नस्लों की बका की खातिर और अपनी शनाख्त की खातिर सरापा एहतजाज है। मुजफ्फराबाद में बैठे वो नाम निहाल हुक्मरान हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए हर मुमकिन कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बैरूनी फोर्सेस मंगवा रहे हैं, कत्ले आम कर रहे हैं, बेशुमार नौजवानों को शहीद कर रहे हैं। क्या वो 2 साल की बच्ची भी दहशतगर्द थी? नहीं, ये बैरूनी फोर्सेस, ये एफसीपीसी और ये रेंजर्स दहशतगर्द हैं, जिन्हें हमें मारने के लिए, हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए बुलाया गया है। मैं तमाम ह्यूमन राइट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि वो आए और हमारे ऊपर जो जुल्म हो रहा है उसको देखें।
मेरी आप सबसे गुजारिश है, हमें कल भी रोका जा रहा था कि आप धरने में ना जाए। एक्शन कमेटी ने ऐसा क्या गलत किया? वो तो हमारे अवाम के हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे और वो क्या कह रहे हैं, खबरों में कह रहे हैं और धरने यहाँ तक रेंजर्स भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर जो लड़के जो बच्चे एक्शन कमेटी में आए हुए अगर वो पीछे ना गए, उनके पे फॉर्म्स नहीं माने जाएंगे, उनकी चीजें नहीं मानी जाएंगी, उनके शनाख्ती कार्ड नहीं बनेंगे। ये बेफॉर्म है हमारे। अगर हमारे बेफॉर्म नहीं माने जाएंगे, चाहे आप उसके बेफॉर्म अपनी मर्जी से जिया, हमें आपके बेफॉर्म्स की भी जरूरत नहीं है। और मेरी आप सब पाकिस्तानी अवाम से गुजारिश है कि हमारे साथ खड़े हो, हमें हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे हैं। क्यों आप लोग पीछे खड़े? हमारे साथ अल्लाह खड़ा है, प्लीज हमारा साथ दें।
And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attack forces camp in Manipur, Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burned down.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Breaking news coming in. Bengaluru school student attempts suicide after alleged teacher harassment. Class 7 student viewers allegedly attempted suicide after being subjected to repeated harassment and physical assault by teachers at a school. And the student is currently undergoing treatment at a hospital. His parents have alleged that teachers beat him severely, leaving him with bruises and causing immense mental distress. The student's father, Mr. Mahesh Kumar, who runs a grocery store, and his mother, Kusuma, have now launched a complaint against the school management at the police station. And parents have demanded strict action against the teachers and the school administration. Police have launched an investigation to ascertain whether the alleged harassment at the school drove the student to attempt suicide. Student attempts suicide, family alleges harassment. Viewers, in a most headline-setting speech of UP CM at Republic UP Summit, CM Yogi gives a hard-hitting response to critics, saying that those who looted when in power have no right to criticize now. Take a look.
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक SIT उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं, एक तरफ वह लोग हैं, और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो हनुमानगढ़ी में नमाज पढ़वाने का काम करते थे, हनुमानगढ़ी जैसे पवित्र स्थल पर। उन लोगों के द्वारा ये प्रश्न आज उठाए जा रहे हैं, और इसीलिए आज के इस अवसर पर मैं रिपब्लिक भारत के सभी दर्शकों से अनुरोध करूंगा, हम उस मानसिकता को समझें जिनके लिए राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि नहीं है, और जो लोग गाए बगाहे उन मूल्यों पर, उन मुद्दों को भटकाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जो मुद्दे देश की अस्मिता और देश की आस्था को आहत करते हैं। और यह कार्य निरंतर हो रहा है, यह प्रहार निरंतर हो रहा है, उस पर हमें सजग होना होगा। यूपी की जो यात्रा है, ये जो कुछ भी हमने तय किया है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप के कारण यह संभव हो पाया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का नेतृत्व मिला, उनका मार्गदर्शन मिला, हर एक क्षेत्र में यूपी ने सफलता प्राप्त की है। और ये जो कुछ भी यूपी ने अचीव किया, यानी बॉटम 3 से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में यूपी का आना, और आगे की जो सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में यूपी का ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, यह विकसित भारत की उस आधारशिला को बनने का है जिसमें अब बीमारूपन से नहीं बल्कि भारत की इकोनॉमी के एक ब्रेक थ्रू के रूप में यूपी अपनी जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करेगा। और इस जिम्मेदारी का निर्वहन करने के लिए आज ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ कार्य करेगी। मैं रिपब्लिक भारत को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं और विश्वास करता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं, यूपी के बारे में जो उनकी मान्यता है उसको यूपी गवर्नमेंट और डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरी मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करेगी। मैं एक बार फिर से श्री गोस्वामी जी को और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
Taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again, and we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background, and they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan, and he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says something bigger is going to happen in.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and it's time for Live Report. And the top focus story today is POK, because there is a massive protest as we speak in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and where the protesters have called for a long march. And it's not just any ordinary march, it's March to Muzaffarabad. And it has seen a massive uprising against the Pakistani government, the Pakistani army, the Pakistani armed forces, and also primarily against the failed field marshal, that is Assam Munir. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attacks. Forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles burnt down. Ministry of Defence takes cognizance after unruly mob attacks Assam Rifles vehicles. Senapati police, CRPF deployed to assist in restoring law and order. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon embarks on 8-month space mission aboard the ISS. Delhi police arrests 2 law students for misconduct before CJI in Supreme Court. All right, viewers, let's begin this show with the top focus story, that is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, because this is one of the biggest uprisings, massive protests which are being witnessed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and the Pakistani forces have opened fire on protesters in POK. Now, sources report that peaceful protesters are being shot at by Pakistani security forces for demanding their basic rights. Now, the situation on the ground is described as dire. They're asking for food, they're asking for clean water, they're asking for electricity, and they are getting none. They're asking for internet services which have been reportedly been cut off. This has left people in an extremely difficult situation. Meanwhile, a night vigil of the public surge was held during the ongoing protests in POK, one of the biggest protests ever witnessed in POK. Now, organizers say today this public surge will march to Muzaffarabad. Today is the historic long march to Muzaffarabad in protest against the government policies and what they call as bloody actions. Reports suggest the Pakistani army and government are in a state of panic, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of the march. These are the visuals coming in from Rawalakot on your screen. Video number 1. Thousands have gathered for march under unified call. Let's head to Muzaffarabad. And the men are moving towards Muzaffarabad. This is another video, exclusive on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, historic long march to Muzaffarabad. Video number 2, as you can see, thousands and thousands, lakhs have joined for this historic march. And these are the visuals of the uprising. This is massive protest against failed field marshal, that is Assam Munir. This is a protest against Assam Munir with the flashlights of their mobile phones on at the night time. This is the massive protest by the protesters of POK. Let's go across to video number 4. And this is, you can't count the number of people. It's such a huge gathering, such a massive protest, a massive uprising under unified call by the protesters, by JAC and other groups in POK. This is one of the biggest uprisings against the Pak government, Pak army, Pak security forces, Pak rangers coming in from Rawalakot, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And let's go across to another video that we have for you. These are protesters who are challenging the brutal Pak regime, the Pakistani army. The protesters are openly challenging the Pakistani army. They say, we are not afraid. And now this is another visual. This is the latest visual that we are getting. This is Pakistani chopper, that is a helicopter at Rawalakot. They are trying to do a crackdown against the protesters, but they will be unsuccessful because this is one of the biggest uprisings and they do not have the capacity and wherewithal to control this massive protest. However, you can see the choppers hovering in the sky in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
आज 1 महीने से ज्यादा हो चुका है। अब अपने बुनियादी हुकूक की खातिर, अपनी नस्लों की बका की खातिर और अपनी शनाख्त की खातिर सरापाए एहतजाजी मुजफ्फराबाद में बैठे वो नाम निहाल हुक्मरान हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए हर मुमकिन कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बैरूनी फोर्सेस मंगवा रहे हैं, कत्ले आम कर रहे हैं, बेशुमार नौजवानों को शहीद कर रहे हैं। क्या वो 2 साल की बच्ची भी दहशतगर्द थी? नहीं, ये बैरूनी फोर्सेस, ये FCPC और ये रेंजर्स दहशतगर्द हैं, जिन्हें हमें मारने के लिए, हमारी आवाज को कुचलने के लिए बुलाया गया है। मैं तमाम ह्यूमन राइट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि वो आए और हमारे ऊपर जो जुल्म हो रहा है उसको देखें।
मेरा कश्मीर आज के दिन लहू लहान है, बेशुमार शहादतें और बेशुमार बुरी खबरें। और आज की रात भी बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है उस हवाले से कि इन ज़ालिमों का कोई पता नहीं है कि हम लोगों को कब ये शहीद कर देंगे, कब मार देंगे। बेशुमार नौजवानों को आज शहीद कर दिया गया। कोई 8-10 की इतला तो हमारे पास पहुंची है, लेकिन कंफर्म नंबर नहीं पहुंच सके कि कितने जो है लोग जो है वो शहीद हो चुके हैं। आम आवाम के ऊपर, निहत्ती आवाम के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं और हालात बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रहे हैं। दूसरी चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि पर्सनली जो चीज़ें मैं इस टाइम पे फेस कर रहा हूँ, शायद इतना मुश्किल टाइम मैंने ज़िंदगी में कभी फेस ना किया हो, लेकिन मैं खुद डिस्कस नहीं कर रहा इस वक्त के मुश्किलात में ऑलरेडी बहुत ज़्यादा इजाफा है। बहरहाल दूसरी ये चीज़ है कि एक बहन का पिछले दिनों में ख़त यहाँ पे उमर नज़ीर साहब ने पढ़ा था, जिस बहन के भाई को शहीद किया गया था, और उस बहन का आज जो है वो शोहर, उसको भी शहीद कर दिया गया। और ये दोनों इकलौते भाई थे अपनी पूरी फैमिली के। तो हालात दिन ब दिन बहुत ख़राब हो रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट वो एग्रीमेंट जिसके ऊपर इन्होंने साइन किया हुआ था, वो एग्रीमेंट गवर्नमेंट उस एग्रीमेंट को उसके ऊपर अमल करने के बजाय जब लेट हो गई, ताख़ीर हो गई, मामलात ख़राब इनके हाथ से खुद हुए, तो अब अपने वादे और उन चीज़ों के ऊपर पर्दा डालने के लिए लोगों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई जा रही हैं। हमने मासूम बच्चों को आपको दिखाया। कल का जो दिन है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कल हम यहाँ से आगे मुजफ्फराबाद की तरफ लॉन्ग मार्च करेंगे। दिन 11 बजे का वक्त दिया गया है कि 11 बजे हर बंदा जो है वो ईदगाह ग्राउंड में पहुंच जाए और फिर यहाँ से आगे इंशाल्लाह मार्च होगा।
मेरी आप सबसे गुजारिश है, हमें कल भी रोका जा रहा था कि आप धरने में ना जाए। एक्शन कमेटी ने क्या गलत किया? वो तो हमारे अवाम के हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे, और वो क्या कह रहे हैं, खबरों में कह रहे हैं और धरने यहाँ तक रेंजर्स भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर जो लड़के जो बच्चे एक्शन कमेटी में आए हुए, अगर वो पीछे ना गए, उनके पेफॉर्म्स नहीं माने जाएंगे, उनकी चीजें नहीं मानी जाएंगी, उनके शनाख्ती कार्ड नहीं मानेंगे। ये पेफॉर्म है हमारे। अगर हमारे बेफॉर्म नहीं माने जाएंगे, चाहे आप लोग के बेफॉर्म अपनी मर्जी से जिया, मैं आपके बेफॉर्म्स की भी जरूरत नहीं है। और मेरी आप सब पाकिस्तानी अवाम से गुजारिश है कि हमारे साथ खड़े हो, हमें हक के लिए आवाज उठा रहे हैं। क्यों आप लोग पीछे खड़े? हमारे साथ अल्लाह खड़ा है, प्लीज हमारा साथ दें। ना सिर्फ पाकिस्तान को बल्कि पूरी दुनिया को ये पैगाम देना चाहती हूँ कि हुकूमत पाकिस्तान ने ये हमें दहशतगर्द और कलअदम करार देती है। और क्योंकि हम 1 महीने से इधर बैठे हैं, हमारा एहतजाज चल रहा है और ये कह रहे हैं दहशतगर्द क्या तालीम मांगते, क्या अपनी मियारी तालीम मांगते, क्या अस्पताल मांगते? दहशतगर्द तो क्लैशनकोफ मांगते, पिस्तौल मांगते, असला बारूद मांगते। मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि क्यों तो पाकिस्तानी मीडिया क्यों बिल्कुल खामोश है ना, उल्टी खंग है, बिल्कुल हमारा नाम ही नहीं ले रही, और जब भी लेती है तो कहते हैं दहशतगर्द है, कश्मीर में दहशतगर्द है। और यही कहना चाहूंगी कि अगर हम दहशतगर्द होते तो ये लाखों के मजमे में लोग और लड़कियां, ये खवातीन अपने गोद वाले बच्चे को इधर लेके आती, ये कोई दहशतगर्द है, आके प्लीज चेक कर दिया जाए। और मैं क्योंकि मेरे पिछले इंटरव्यू में भी यही बोला था कि हामिद मीर और मिस्टर हामिद मीर आए स्टेप ले, वो ये क्योंकि मिस्टर हामिद मीर जियोनीज इधर, क्योंकि वो हमेशा कश्मीरियों की आवाज बने और वो हमेशा हर वक्त कश्मीरियों की आवाज बने।
All right, viewers, so you just heard the young children who are protesting against the brutal Pakistani regime, the brutal Pakistani army, and the little child, she mentioned that they are calling them terrorists. Young children are being called terrorists. They asked a very simple question: was the 2-year-old child that was killed, was she a terrorist? The Pakistani government, the Pakistani armed forces has no response. We have another breaking for you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go across to the breaking news. In Rawalakot, thousands in numbers begin arriving for historic long march in Muzaffarabad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the historic long march to Muzaffarabad, and these are the visuals on your screen. As you can see, thousands and thousands of people have gathered, and these are visuals from Rawalakot POK, and they are heading to Muzaffarabad, and they are moving towards Muzaffarabad for the long march, the historic long march to Muzaffarabad. All the men have been called to march towards Muzaffarabad, while the children and women will continue the protest. That is the sit-in protest in Rawalakot, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Pakistani government, Pakistani army in panic. All right, Gursimran is live with us with all the latest details. Gursimran has been tracking the story from day one. Gursimran, you have seen a lot of developments in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and they are defiant of the reality. And the situation is such, you can see the Pakistani choppers hovering over the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but they will continue the march, and they are asking for basic rights from the Pakistani government. Over to you for the latest details, Gursimran.
Yes, Shivam, these protests are against the wada khilafi of the Pakistani government that Pakistani government, federal government has done to the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir since independence, because what they were promised that they will be given every right that any of the independent country can. They named Pakistan as the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir as Azad Kashmir, but on the name of Azadi, it is only the Azadi from the life that the Pakistani forces are giving them by shooting bullets at them. Apart from them, there is no Azadi to the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and that is what has irked the people. That is what has brought the people on the streets of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. What these people want, earlier their protests that started from 2023, 24, 25, they were for the basic amenities, they were for the subsidized food, subsidized ration, subsidized electricity, but now it has taken a new momentum. It is now for their democratic rights, and that is why this time we see a more frustrated Pakistani federal government and the Pakistani establishment that includes Pakistani army as well. Additional deployment of the forces being done. The entire Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir is converted into a cantonment. The Pakistan, which has always accused India of building up of the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, is now building up the security forces to kill those people. While India build up to secure the civilians in the Kashmir, Pakistan is building up to kill the people in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from that, the Joint Awami Action Committee, they try to actually derail their movement. They try to make allegations. First, they try to book their leaders under the murder charges. Then they try to defame them by saying that these leaders are working on for their own vested interest. Then they arrested one of the top leaders, Shaukat Nawaz Peer, who is considered as the voice of the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But all this has gone in vain for the Pakistani establishment, and now the people are on the streets of Pakistan demanding their democratic rights, that POJK streets won't be abandoned till their demands are met.
Absolutely, Gursimran. Thanks a lot for all the updates in the story, and keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now let's move ahead. Now, while the long march to Muzaffarabad begins, we have a report of a Pakistani politician who has exposed the Pakistani army, stating that Pakistan is losing control over Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and also Balochistan. This man, this Pak politician, has challenged the Pakistani army. He's asked them if they really want to rule Pakistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, specifically Balochistan, come and contest in elections. Let's listen into this Pakistani politician's reaction.
मुल्क उजड़ रहा है। खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में आज कोई हुकूमत नहीं है, और मैं वहां से आया हूं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं पंजाब के लोगों कि मगरिब का सूरज गुरूब होने के बाद सुबह सूरज के तुलू होने तक पुलिस अपने थाने से बाहर नहीं आती, और जब पुलिस थाने से बाहर नहीं आएगी तो फिर सड़कें मुसल्लह गिरोहों के सपुर्द होंगी, फिर सड़कें और रास्ते डाकुओं के रहमो करम पर होंगे। आपकी हाकिमियत को मैं अपने सूबे में जानता हूं। तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है, तुम सिर्फ दारुल हुकूमतों में अपने बड़े बड़े बंगलों के अंदर बैठे हुए हो, टांग पे टांग डालकर समझते हो कि हम हुक्मरान हैं। कम से कम मेरे सूबे में तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है। बलोचिस्तान में, बलोच इलाकों में बगावतें थी। पूरा बलोच इलाका पाकिस्तान के इख्तियार से निकल चुका था। आज भी वहां पर पाकिस्तान हुकूमत की कोई रिट मौजूद नहीं है, लेकिन हम तो बलोच इलाके को रो रहे थे, अब तो पश्तून इलाका भी पश्तून इलाका भी खून में नहा रहा है। पश्तून इलाके में हमने 2-3 दिन के अंदर 50 से ज्यादा लाशें वसूल की हैं। हमने बाजारों में एक ही काम किया कि अपने प्यारों के लिए कफन खरीद सकें। फिर कहते हैं हमारे जवान भी तो शहीद हो रहे हैं। ओ बाबा, तेरे जवानों ने पेटी इसीलिए बांधी है, तनख्वाह इसी के ले रहे हैं कि उसने मुल्क की सलामती के लिए लड़ना है। तुम अपने खून का मेरे ऊपर क्या एहसान डालते हो? तुम मेरे खून पसीने के टैक्स से इसी बात के लिए तो तनख्वाह ले रहे हो, लेकिन हमें कहते हो कि तुम लश्कर निकालो, तुम असलहा लेकर मुसल्लह गिरोहों के खिलाफ लड़ो। मैंने कोई तनख्वाह नहीं ली, मैं कोई लश्कर नहीं बनाऊंगा। तुम चले जाओगे, तुम मेरी सरजमीन को आने वाली नस्लों तक जाती दुश्मनियों की तरफ धकेल रहे हो।
All right, so this was the story from Pakistan that we were tracking. Now let's move on to a top national development. Now tensions gripped Senapati town in Manipur on Tuesday night after an unruly mob resorted to pelting stones, arson and vandalism against the Assam Rifles camp on the night of 14th and 15th July. Now as tensions escalated at around 9 p.m., a large crowd gathering in the Senapati town prepared to march towards the Assam Rifles camp, and they did. While retreating, a section of the mob vandalized and damaged Assam Rifles vehicles. Now, one light vehicle was also set ablaze, while 2 trucks were also overturned and damaged. A civilian car was also reportedly burnt during the violence. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were reportedly burnt down. Assam Rifle had to resort to live rounds firing to disperse the crowd who targeted and stormed the Assam Rifles camp. Now, regarding the presence of armed cadres at Oklong, an area domination patrol and search operation was also launched by the Assam Rifles. Now, through the coordinated efforts of the security forces, the Manipur police and CRPF personnel, the situation was brought under control and the crowd fully dispersed by the midnight. Now, the situation in Senapati is presently peaceful and under control. No injuries or casualties were sustained by the local population or the security force personnel. So this is the development that we are tracking from Manipur. All right, now to speak on this issue and all the developments, we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga joining us. Colonel Rajiv Bagga is a defense expert. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us. We need your in-depth analysis on what's actually happening in Manipur. When it seems that situation is improving in Manipur, there is one incident or the other. But specifically coming to this important story, this development, Assam Rifles is known to coordinate with the locals. They are the people of the land of that location. They're expert when we talk about the northeastern region, because I've also been in northeastern region, I understand Assam Rifles. But sir, coming specifically to this story, what exactly do you think was the cause? Was it the area domination, the search operation, or there are other factors also that might have been involved, that must be involved in this particular incident, sir?
You see, you rightly brought that the Assam Rifles are the people of that particular soil.
Yeah.
You know, and if you say that there is a mob which has attacked this company operating base in this Senapati area district, I personally feel that the situation is almost similar what exactly used to happen in Kashmir Valley. I correlate this damn thing, and in this, I personally feel that there is certainly a deep state, the involvement of foreign land. No common man like to really threaten any amount of a peace environment within their region. There were also intelligence reports that there was a certain personal people, unidentified people, were also moving around outside the designated camp in that particular region. And the indicators were also coming that, you know it, on 6th July in Ukhrul area, 2 people were killed by unidentified people.
Yeah.
So there is a certain amount of really carrying out intelligence or the analysis, the people who are they, they are absolutely not the locals, and they are instigated, and there are somebody who has been planted from outside. If you see the location of Senapati district, it is on the outskirts of Imphal, the passage which joins the Nagaland region. So it's dynamically chosen, and it is very deliberately selected that this incident we can give a design such type of activity in this area, and that is what the unwarranted people who gathered here, and that too after really getting under the influence of people who were planted from outside. The main concern is it is certainly not within the state. We need to really check the border areas, and specifically the people who are moving outside the designated area. We need to really curb them. And the remedy is total offensive operations in the terms of area domination. Patrol, search, and wherever the things are required, these people are required to be brought to the bay.
All right, definitely, Colonel Rajiv Bagga. Thanks a lot for joining us. And this is Colonel Rajiv Bagga is saying that we need to secure our borders for the upcoming future. Thanks a lot, sir. Now, let's go across to our correspondents also who will be joining us from the location. We have Lintoy and Johnson joining us from Imphal for all the latest updates in the story. Johnson, coming to you for a comment on the updates in this story, because it needs to be highlighted the fact that it's a very sensitive region, and it was an area domination which was being done. But where did the coordination fail? Because you have to coordinate a lot when you operate in northeastern region, because also of the ceasefire when we talk about the NSCN IM in this region and other groups that are operating in northeastern region. Over to you for the latest and the exact cause of the incident.
Okay, yes, Shivam. As per the report that we got as a journalist, and also we got from the various sources, and even the Minister of Defense, PRO, Manipur, Nagaland, have also issued and the statement that yesterday's tension was carried out just following an area domination and operation incident. But from the local sources, it is reported that yes, there was no report of armed cadres belonging to the NSCN IM moving around along the roads with by holding arms and all. There were no such report. It's as per the report given to us. But officially, it is reported from various Home Ministry also, Ministry of Defense also, that they were planning for an area domination to the same exact spot that is also known as the Huthrong Brigade, which is also the designated camp of the NSCN IM cadres. NSCN IM is also you have also mentioned NSCN IM is one of the armed group which is under the ceasefire agreement between the government itself, central government itself. So there are some likely gap of communication between the ceasefire group that is NSCN IM and the central forces.
Yeah, and the ceasefire is in effect, and peace should prevail in that region. Thanks, Johnson. But Lintoy is also with us for an update. Lintoy, what's the present scenario there, if you can speak about that? And what was the intensity of the attack? Because we were able to see vehicles being burnt. How far did they enter the camp, or were they just outside the camp in this case?
Yes, as of now, the situation over there in Senapati is controlled by the security forces. However, the violence that unfolded in Senapati on the night of July 14 and 15 has once again, highlighted the fragile security situation in Manipur, where every security operations continues to carry the risk of triggering public unrest. So, according to the Defense Ministry, also we came to know that Assam Rifles had launched an area domination and search operation near Oklong, around 2 kilometers away west of the designated NSCN IM camp at Oklong. However, the locals had alleged they stand off in front of the NSCN IM camp, which disrupt the movement of the NSCN IM. And also, they also alleged that the villagers also alleged that the security forces did not provide any prior information before launching the operation, which they say that it created panic and suspicion among local residents. Also, the Defense Ministry, on the other hand, maintains troops exercise maximum restraint, interacted with local representatives, and did not enter the village without consent. This is the report as of now. Back to you,
Yes. Thanks a lot, Lintoy. Thanks a lot, Johnson, for all the latest updates in the story. All right, viewers, so that was all that we could pack in this episode of A Live Report. But don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up, more action-packed stories after a short commercial break.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ये वही हैं, ये प्रश्न उठाने वाले लोग वही हैं जो लोग आज श्री राम जन्मभूमि में चोरी के बारे में इतना हो हल्ला कर रहे हैं। याद करना, श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर के बारे में प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं। घटना जो भी घटित हुई दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण थी और ट्रस्ट के द्वारा जो सिफारिश की गई उसके अनुसार, जो अनुरोध किया गया उसके अनुसार एक एसआईटी उसकी जांच कर रही है, उस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि जिसमें एक जांच एजेंसी पहले से जांच करके कार्रवाई कर रही है और उसके अनुरूप ट्रस्ट ने कार्रवाई भी प्रारंभ की है, नैतिक आधार पर भी इस्तीफा दिए और उस पर प्रश्न उठाए जा रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे आस्था की खिलवाड़ की बात हो रही है। आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हिंदू धामों पर प्रहार हो रहे हैं। एक तरफ वह लोग हैं और आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं, चोरी की बात वो कर रहे हैं जो इन गरीबों के हक पर डकैती डालते थे। अयोध्या की आस्था की बात वे लोग कर रहे हैं जो
At a time when defense is the focus of the entire world, Republic brings you the marquee defense event of the year, Republic Defense Forces First Conclave, this Saturday, July 18th, in the heart of the national capital, New Delhi. Republic hosts the biggest defense thought leadership gathering the country has seen. A historic congregation where the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy comes together with the scientists of DRDO and the leaders of India's defense industry, all on one stage. As the world watches, as global power equations shift and as India's defense capabilities come under the spotlight like never before, Republic asks the question that matters most. Has Bharat truly emerged as the world's defense powerhouse? Top military commanders, policy makers, defense startups, global giants and industry stalwarts will come together to decode India's defense strategy, its indigenous capabilities and its road ahead on the global stage. This Saturday, July 18th, only on Republic. Witness Bharat, the defense powerhouse. Now, let's have a look at the headlines. Pakistani politician exposes Pakistani army, says Pakistan is losing control over Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. Protests against Pakistan intensify in POK, with the movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Tensions grip in Manipur after mob attacks. Forces camp in Manipur's Senapati. At least 3 vehicles of Assam Rifles were burnt down. And Republic accesses the FIR copy of Chhatarpur shooting case. Attempted murder case registered against accused Shaligram Garg, brother of Baba Bageshwar. No arrest made yet. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development that we are tracking. FIR against Pak politician who exposed Pakistani army. And Republic was the first to break the development. And this is a Pakistani politician who exposed Pakistani army. And now we are getting that an FIR has been registered against Pak politician who exposed the Pakistani army. So this is how Pakistani brutal regime curbs and suppresses free speech in Pakistan. This is Pakistani politician who exposed Pakistani army. And he said that if you want to rule Pakistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, contest elections. Let's listen in.
मुल्क उजड़ रहा है। खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में आज कोई हुकूमत नहीं है और मैं वहां से आया हूं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं पंजाब के लोगों कि मगरिब का सूरज गुरूब होने के बाद सुबह सूरज के तुलू होने तक पुलिस अपने थाने से बाहर नहीं आती और जब पुलिस थाने से बाहर नहीं आएगी तो फिर सड़कें मुसल्लह गिरोहों के सपुर्द होंगी। फिर सड़कें और रास्ते डाकुओं के रहमो करम पर होंगे। आपकी हाकिमियत को मैं अपने सूबे में जानता हूं। तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है। तुम सिर्फ दारुल हुकूमतों में अपने बड़े बड़े बंगलों के अंदर बैठे हुए हो। टांग पे टांग डालकर समझते हो कि हम हुक्मरान हैं। कम से कम मेरे सूबे में तुम्हारी कोई हुकूमत नहीं है। बलोचिस्तान में बलोच इलाकों में बगावतें थी। पूरा बलोच इलाका पाकिस्तान के इख्तियार से निकल चुका था। आज भी वहां पर पाकिस्तान हुकूमत की कोई रिट मौजूद नहीं है। लेकिन हम तो बलोच इलाके को रो रहे थे। अब तो पश्तून इलाका भी खून में नहा रहा है। पश्तून इलाके में हमने 2-3 दिन के अंदर 50 से ज्यादा लाशें वसूल की हैं। हमने बाजारों में एक ही काम किया कि अपने प्यारों के लिए कफन खरीद सकें। फिर कहते हैं हमारे जवान भी तो शहीद हो रहे हैं। ओ बाबा, तेरे जवानों ने पेटी इसीलिए बांधी है, तनख्वाह इसी के ले रहे हैं कि उसने मुल्क की सलामती के लिए लड़ना है। तुम अपने खून का मेरे ऊपर क्या एहसान डालते हो? तुम मेरे खून पसीने के टैक्स से इसी बात की नहीं तो तनख्वाह ले रहे हो, लेकिन हमें कहते हो कि तुम लश्कर निकालो, तुम असलहा लेकर मुसल्लह गिरोहों के खिलाफ लड़ो। मैंने कोई तनख्वाह नहीं ली, मैं कोई लश्कर नहीं बनाऊंगा। तुम चले जाओगे, तुम मेरी सरजमीन को आने वाली नस्लों तक जाती दुश्मनियों की तरफ धकेल रहे हो।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague. Good, Simran, I'm coming across to you now. What we saw there was that the Pakistani politicians and leaders themselves are saying and openly admitting that Pakistan is losing control of its own provinces, own lands, and they still try to show a whitewashed face to the world.
Yes, and now the Pakistani army has been exposed by their politicians only, because Maulana Fazlur Rahman is one of those faces who has been part of the government with the present regime, that is the Shehbaz Sharif regime in its previous terms. So it is very clear that those who have held the chairs have understood the reality of the Pakistani system, establishment and the Pakistani army, and that's why Maulana Fazlur Rahman said that not only Balochistan that was out of hands for Pakistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa situation is the similar. We have lost the control over the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. For the sake of it, we are having the dominance in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but the reality is that when the sun sets in the evening until the dawn in the morning, there has been no possibility that any cop steps out of the police station. This is the kind of the fear of the rebels, and the Pakistani army is trying to put the onus on the civilians that, see, our soldiers are dying. He said that the army men, they have taken the bulletproof vest and the salaries from the taxes of the people to secure them. So it is not a liability on the people that these forces are getting killed. Apart from that, he said that Pakistani army wants them to actually become Lashkar, to hold weapons against the rebels. That is not what the people are going to do. And moreover, he went on to say that the Pakistani army that want to rule the country, they should actually put aside their uniforms and then come to the electoral battle, because Pakistani army is trying to use its position of being in the supreme force of the country to rule the people. That is not acceptable. Let the army contest the election, and if the people elect the army officials, those who are without the uniform, then they have the authority to rule. Otherwise, this dislodging of the government that the Pakistani army is involved in, it is not acceptable to them. So this is what the Maulana Fazlur Rahman has said, and this has completely exposed the Pakistani establishment and the Pakistani army that is trying to get hold of the situation, but is losing control not only in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and in Baluchistan.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Goswami. I will be coming back to you for more, because we understand that the POK protesters are very clear they want justice. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. A day after Tamil Nadu government launched a WhatsApp number to complain to the CM cell directly over bribery in government offices. A video has now been circulated, that is right, on social media. Now, in that video, a TVK functionary from Chengalpattu, Mambalam, asked for a bribe of rupees 1,30,000. Allegations that he had asked for the town panchayat to release the amount for completing some road work. That is right. And now a video of the TVK Panchayat president negotiating with the contractor and evidence of receiving money through UPI were released. On your screen, viewers, we have put out that video where the TVK functionary has been caught red-handed. This is coming just after the Tamil Nadu CM Vijay has taken a stern stand against corruption, saying that in his state, not a single person is involved in corruption, taking bribes or misusing power would be allowed to continue such acts. So this video has gone viral on social media, and here you can see that a video has been circulated where a TVK functionary is asking for a bribe of rupees 1,30,000. And I want to go across to my colleague who is joining us right now, Sharadha. We saw that the CM Vijay was very clear that whoever tries to take a bribe, firstly, action will be taken. Mostly, he also said that in his government, no bribe will be taken, no corruption will happen. But a video is going viral. If you could explain what we are seeing on our screens, Sharadha.
Well, Shubhangi, we see that Vijay, when he came to power, stated that there will be no corruption in his government. Recently in Karur, where he met, he also said the people that if anybody asks for corruption or bribe, they should take his name and give him a complaint. It was just yesterday that Vijay had rolled out a WhatsApp number where people can complain against if any of the officials or the office bearers ask for bribes in case of corruption. So now, today another video is circulating showing a TVK Panchayat president from the Chengalpet district is asking for 1,30,000 rupees to lay the roads, and in the video he's clearly pointing out that the bidder will lay the roads only after his confirmation, and he's seen taking money of 30,000 in hand, and there's also proof of 1 lakh of amount that is done through UPI payment through the Panchayat president. Now, both the DMK and the BJP questions Vijay as to whether if the corruption-free government that they promised is all just talk and no action, because the TVK government has been staying silent on the video that has been circulating on social media. So now, it brings in a
all right, well,
question
thank you, Shadha, for getting us all those details. I'm getting some live updates coming in. Supriya Sule is holding a press conference. Let's go ahead and play out and see what's happening live.
अलायंस के हर पार्टी को अलग न बुलाइए, हम सबको साथ में बुलाइए. देश के हित में कुछ होगा तो हम सरकार के साथ रहेंगे। मैं आपको उदाहरण दे दूं कि पहलगाम पे जब हल्ला हुआ, पहलगाम पे हल्ला होने के बाद इस देश का पहला नेता था जिन्होंने कहा ये देश पे हल्ला है, राजनीति नहीं करेंगे, हम सरकार के साथ खड़े रहेंगे। उस नेता का नाम शरद पवार है। और उसके बाद एक ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग बुलाई गई, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने चेयर की वो मीटिंग, उन्होंने हम सबको ब्रीफिंग किया। और ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का भी बड़प्पन है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता माननीय राहुल जी गांधी और खड़गे जी ने भी उस मीटिंग में कहा कि ये पहलगाम पे हत्या नहीं, देश पे ये हुआ है, हमला हुआ है, तो हम देश के साथ रहेंगे, सरकार के साथ रहेंगे। और 100 सांसद, उसमें मैं भी एक थी, हम हर देश में गए और हर देश में भारत की तरफ से गए कि ये भारत की गलती नहीं है, भारत पे अन्याय हो रहा है, आप हमारे साथ खड़िए। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ। 10-10 दिन हम घर क्षेत्र छोड़ के देश के लिए 100 सांसद दुनिया भर घूमे और हम देश की जय जयकार करते गए। फिर हमने देखा नहीं कि इसमें इंडिया है, अलायंस है, क्या एनडीए है, नहीं, देश के लिए पहले देश, उसके बाद राज्य, उसके बाद पार्टी और उसके बाद फैमिली। तो हमारे लिए देश और देश की एकता ही मायने रखता है, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी का ही बड़ापन था, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के वक्त जो स्टैंड आदरणीय शरद पवार जी ने किया, वही स्टैंड कांग्रेस पार्टी ने लिया। मैंने नहीं कहा।
चर्चा करेगी। मेरा सवाल है कि इंडियन लाइन में बहुत सारी पार्टियां हैं, आपकी इंडिविजुअल पार्टी अगर उस जो लिखित रूप से मिला है उससे सेटिस्फाई है, तो क्या आप इंडिया अलायंस के खिलाफ इस
इंडिया अलायंस के खिलाफ जाने का सवाल ही नहीं आता, क्योंकि इंडिया अलायंस का हर घटक उस दिन हाँ ही कह रहा था। वी वर ऑल इन डिस्कशंस, we were not satisfied with the formula or implementation. So in any, this is not a conversation over coffee at Cafe Coffee Day. This is Parliament. Unless it's documented and explained on paper, nothing is official till it's on paper. So unless ये हवा की बातें कोई मायने नहीं रखता पार्लियामेंट में।
इंडिया अलायंस में डिसीजन कौन लेगा? शरद पवार साहब लेंगे, आप लोगे, कांग्रेस लेगी, राहुल गांधी लेंगे, डिसीजन कौन लेगा कि हम इस बिल के खिलाफ नहीं है या फिर इस बिल के खिलाफ हैं?
एक सशक्त लोकतंत्र में हर एक का मत लिया जाता है, फिर यूनानिमसली निर्णय लेता है। जब हल्ला हुआ पहलगाम का, तब साथ में खड़े रहे ना। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ ना, तब इंडिया अलायंस खड़ी रही ना। जब हल्ला देश पे हुआ, आप भूल रहे कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इज एन आउटकम ऑफ एन अटैक ऑन इंडिया, तब खड़ी रही ना इंडिया अलायंस साथ में। सब मिल के लेंगे जैसे आज तक लेते। अभी अगर बारिश आई तो छाता लो के मैं रेनकोट लूँ, these are very vague discussions, these are very serious bills। ये तो अधिकार ही नहीं है मुझे, मैं इंडिया अलायंस का घटक हूँ। तब जो होगा तो साथ में सोचेंगे। बड़ा काम, ये बिल बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है इस देश के लिए, इसके हल्के में हम लोग चर्चा नहीं करते, हम साथ में बैठेंगे जो देश के हित में होगा। अब मैं और एक उदाहरण दूँ, जीएसटी का बिल हमने पास किया ना। आप चिदम्बरम जी के बारे में कह रहे थे, चिदम्बरम जी ने कितने सुझाव दिए थे उस बिल में, आप उनका भाषण निकालिए, बहुत सारे सुझाव दिए थे और हम सब ने मिलके जीएसटी का यूनानिमसली बिल पास किया था, क्योंकि वो बिल हमारा ही था। मनमोहन सिंह जी का बिल था जीएसटी का, जो मोदी साहब ने पास किया।
Has this attempt been made on your party as well? And how confident you are that your 8 MPs are going to stick with it?
Nobody has made any attempts towards me or my MPs to the best of my knowledge. So, I mean, I don't have so much spare time to indulge in gossip. And I don't believe in sources, I believe in reality. So let me reassure you that all 8 MPs of NCP, SP and all our MLAs, we stick together. Whatever decision we'll be taking, please understand, NCP is a party where Shri Sharad Pawar not only leads it, he invests in everybody and he listens. His biggest strength as a leader that he's an amazing listener. and you can verify this, he will talk to every MLA and MP and hear them is what they want or what their view is. Only then he gives a decision. Anybody who's worked with him will tell you this. There is no discussion only. It's like going, am I going to Kanpur? Why should I find out on Google Maps? There is no proposal, nor is NDA asking us, no, we are asking NDA. So where is the question of having the discussion? The discussion is on TV, not in the party or the organization. First of all, I don't owe anybody an explanation. I only an explanation to the NCP SP cadre. Till my brother was alive, was there dialogue? 100%. Was it my brother's last wish for all of us to come together? Yes, it was. It was my brother's last wish for both the NCPs to work together and be together. Unfortunately, my brother passed away. So now there is no reason to have this conversation because my brother is no more.
पार्टी में ऐसी चर्चा बीच में आती है कि विधायक चाहते हैं, सांसद चाहते हैं कोई एनडीए के साथ जाए, कांग्रेस के साथ जाए या दोनों एनसीपी का मोर्चा।
पार्टी के डिस्कशंस हर हफ्ते होते हैं। मुझे किसी पार्टी के ना किसी नेता ने, ना किसी विधायक ने, ना किसी कार्यकर्ता ने, ना मुझे बोला है, ना किसी मैंने सुना है। मैं तो सिर्फ टीवी पर सुनती हूँ और सूत्र से सुनती हूँ। पार्टी में ऐसी कोई चर्चा, हमारी हर हफ्ते पार्टी होती है, उसका पार्टी के मीटिंग का हर फोटो भी ट्वीट होता है। तो आपको पता है हम लोग कितने बार मिलते हैं।
उसको लेके भी चर्चाएं सामने आ रही है, साथ ही साथ वहाँ पे सुनील तटकरे थे, ऐसी भी एक सुनने में आ रहा है। आपका क्या कहना है?
देखिए, जयंत पाटिल जी हमारे पार्टी के बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता है। कल वो ऑफिशियली टाइम लेके माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को मिलने गए थे। ओपनली गए गाड़ी से और फ्रंट डोर से गए, फ्रंट डोर से वापस आए। एक बाकी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के घर के ऑफिस में और कौन था, इसका जवाब मैं कैसे दे सकती हूँ? इसका जवाब सिर्फ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी दे सकते। उनका घर है, वो जिसको बुलाए ना बुलाए हमको कैसे पता होगा?
पार्टी में भी देखते तो अजीत दादा पवार के साथ जो लोग इस वक्त गए एनडीए का हिस्सा होना चाहते थे, वो चले गए। पार्टी में एक राय बनी अंदरूनी, जिसके खिलाफ आप रहे हैं, शरद पवार हैं। क्या फिर से कोई ऐसी बात बन सकती है?
Supriya Sule speaking there, saying the NCP-SP would support the centre's delimitation bill. Okay, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. PM Modi tweets on India-UK trade agreement and they say this is a significant moment in the India-United Kingdom partnership with the coming into force of the comprehensive economic and trade agreement and the agreement on social security. Our economic linkages are going to get even deeper, and together these agreements translate our shared ambition into tangible opportunities for our people. And Prime Minister Modi speaking on this FTA, which is coming in, giving a really big boost to both the nations, so we can expect cheaper cars and much more because of this. And Prime Minister Modi is speaking about this, saying that there will be fresh momentum to our farmers, entrepreneurs and MSMEs. Many vibrant sectors will gain stronger access to the UK market. It will also deepen cooperation in tech, professional services and innovation while supporting greater mobility for skilled Indian talent. The Social Security Agreement will provide invaluable support to Indian professionals working temporarily in the UK and strengthen the competitiveness of Indian enterprises. And taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Protests against Pakistan are getting bigger, with movement leaders rejecting Pakistan's disputed territory narrative as people protest and march in defiance. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, we suspect that Pakistan is back to its old and dirty tricks again. And we have proof which has come with us that they are planning some terrorism in response to our firm decision to keep the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. Now, we've kept the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance post-Pahalgam because that is what they deserve. These are of Lashkar terrorists being trained with some hyperbolic jihadi music in the background. And they are being trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This footage has come out. They are being trained by a US-designated Lashkar terrorist called Haris Dar. And these are all Lashkar terrorists. They are being trained, and they are being trained in dams, in waters of dams in Pakistan. And he is addressing these water jihad recruits in front of a water body, and he says, "Agla step hamara dam mein aata hai, Mangla Dam mein. Our issue over water is with India." And then he wants and says, something bigger is going to happen in 2026. That's the video of him on the right, where he says something big is going to happen over the water issue in 2026. Then he's parroting the line of the Pakistani government. Remember, the man on the right is not just any fanatic. He's a US-designated, very well-known Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, training what is being called as a water force and preparing them to attack India from a new front. And he's saying repeatedly that...
Welcome back, viewers. It's a proud moment for the Indian diaspora. The NASA astronaut of Indian origin, Anil Menon, has successfully lifted off aboard Russia's Soyuz MS-29 spacecraft for his maiden mission to the International Space Station. Menon will spend now 8 months in orbit conducting critical scientific research and tech demonstrations